Mardu list. We've got a spicy General Ferris Rockrick list, but there's one other thing I wanted to be messing around with in Modern. Let's touch on it real quick before we play this final match while I wait for some of you folks to get in here. So I said that there was kind of a super secret deck that I was working on in the background. This actually isn't it. This is just a brain blast. I just worked on this and brewed this from scratch. Um, but I do want to point to there was another streamer, I believe he's European time, and he had a completely different shell for this. Obviously, he was doing like an Eladamri's Call Titania. I do think that Eldritch, although you might be giving up a creature in some cases, in the case of like Voice, although that's not the case when it comes to cards like I just said, Voice or Risen Reef, you're not actually going down a card. So this deck actually started as what looked like a really bad elemental tribal. I actually was playing. I was playing. Well, I was playing Karn as an extra copy of Zurin Orb, but I was also um, playing Pyre. I actually think the list is happier without those cards. I've selected some stuff that's. If you look at the meta, I think that Chalice might be better than it's been in a long time in Modern. I think that there's going to start to crop up some Chalice decks, and actually we saw that earlier tonight, didn't we? We faced off against Scred Red, so if Scred Red is a thing, I wonder, because they can play Chalice, I wonder if Chalice is in a good spot. So Chalice, yes, the applications for Chalice of the Void in this matchup are to stop Summoner's Pact. Of course, you have to kill them before they just natural into the Titan, so maybe that's not a good example, but it does have a limited application here. Certainly has application here. You put it on 1. Definitely has applications here. Again, you want to put it on 1 or 2. Living End, obviously you want to set it to 0. Turns off the Living End, their build-around card. Very impactful. They do have Force and Negations, but useful here. Against Stoneblade, not very useful. Might put it on 1, turns off the pass of the Ephemerates. Native Isle. Has some applications there. Orzhov Stoneblade, of course, kind of, you know, it's an interesting archetype. It's cool to see the whole Ephemerate Grief thing going down. Zori's Control, you set it to 2. Footfalls, this is the Crashing Footfalls, just good stuff's deck. This deck's awesome. You set it to 0. And again, they might have a force, but you set it to 0. Heliod Company, there's not much it can do in this matchup. Yeah, there's not much for it to do in this matchup. So, but what else is this deck doing? So really, I'm just trying to either play or tutor for Titania after I've gotten my Zurin Orb. Now you might be sitting there like, Bruce Spy, if Zurin Orb is that important, shouldn't we have 2 copies? Maybe. I'm going to try with 1, because it doesn't really do anything outside of Titania. What it lets us do is it lets us sacrifice all our lands. We end up with an army of 5/3s. So what's neat about that is Urza Saga. So I've been thinking about an Urza Saga deck. I haven't wrapped my mind around, but I think where I wanted to start was something like this: 2 to 3 Titania, playset of Urza Saga, and a Zurin Orb. That's actually where this deck started, was Titania, Urza Saga, and Zurin Orb. So I think that Urza's Saga really shines when it's the last mode on the card that we're most interested in. That being the 3rd chapter, search your library for an artifact card with mana cost 0 or 1, put it on the battlefield. Another deck I'm working on is I'm considering redoing Hammer Time, of course, with Urza Saga in the mana base. And what it's trying to do is use Saga as another Hammer tutor. I think that's pretty much it. So without using Karn, we're just using each of these Urza Sagas is just like essentially an extra copy of either the Crypt, Orb, or even Chalice for 0. I just showed you several examples of matchups where Chalice on 0 is good enough. That they have to answer, in our case, they'd have to answer multiple Chalices on 0. So there's a couple different reasons why I want to do this. The list actually started with a playset of Endurances, and it changed, and that's actually just for budget reason. I just don't have this card right now, and they're quite expensive. I'd be playing more Force of Vigor, but they're expensive. So those are really the only reasons. But I do think that I like a lot of what's happening here. I think we don't have that many artifacts, so I do think that the constructs will stay relatively small um, in this build anyway. Um, it's just the chalices and the crypt and the orb. There's not a whole lot of other artifacts in the list, but I think that's fine. I think that Urza Saga plays just fine, even if its role in a deck is kind of what you see in Amulet Titan, actually. Its role in the deck is really just to go grab us the Zuran Orb when we're ready to go off. And yeah, you slam Titania or you tutor for Titania. And of course, she says Returnal Land. So I do have a few fetches. I kind of wish I had more fetches in this list because she really excels with fetches. She can also just get back Urza Saga. So we can play the value plan pretty well. But she's going to do that. Now, one of the issues we ran into with Eldritch Evolution in the Naya Wynota decks that we were working on for a while was that this card, it needs a creature, and in our case, we want 3 drops. So you might be sitting there saying, well, Bruce By, this is cute. You have so many 2-drops, right, between Tangled and Voice, right? We have 8 2-drops. So we'll very often Eldritch for 2 to 4. So that's why I'm playing 3 Omnaths. Actually, I was originally going to play 2, and then I decided to add in the Locust, just in case we have a board state where it kills something. It actually might be the better card for me to tutor for, but often I bet it'll be Locust or Creativity. They're just as hard to cast as the other. They both have blue-red requirements, and blue-red, of course, were a green-white deck, so that's actually why I'm playing Metamorphose for 2 reasons. One, Metamorphose shrinks the deck, and we also have a lot of cards I'm trying that would benefit from that color fixing that this is going to give us. So about 9 cards in our main board really benefit from the color fixing that Metamorphose gives. When I added the Risen Reefs, that's when I added the basic island. And we have Search for Tomorrow as kind of my other ramp. The 2 ramp that I'm trying out for the build initially are Searches. We already had quite a few basics in the list anyway. I just added another basic and put in the Search for Tomorrows. So Search and Tangled. These are our ramp. Tangled because it's a land or it's a ramp elemental, and when it's a ramp elemental, it's also Eldritch Evolution food. So this card actually does all the different things we want it to do. It's going to be value with Risen. I was originally playing a playset of Risen, but I changed that. You might be wondering why there's a random Brontodon. It was originally a Kasali Pride Mage, but 3 drops are actually better for us because Titania just theoretically kills or comes close to it. And it's fine to do the value game with the Omnaths. I don't think that's what I want to be doing, and that's why I actually went back and added back in a 3rd Titania after a few different iterations of the list. We are playing a couple Triumphs because we are kind of a glorified 4-color deck that's still playing Urza Saga. I added the Yavi because we're playing Eldritch, but I think the 3 basic forests really help us there. I've got a Temple Garden as well. It's a tutor target, a fetch target. I think that Fracturing Gust is actually reasonable right now. There's Enchantress floating around. There's these mono artifact decks floating around, so I do think the Fracturing Gust is good. I think that Endurance is great. This is a deck that gets to main deck Endurance because of its elemental synergy. So yeah, it's interesting. This initial build of the list, I don't think it's necessarily where it needs to be. Oh, sorry, I'm missing a few cards. But I think between Chalice being good right now and the deck just naturally having some really cool things it gets to do, such as this deck is set up for Force of Vigor. We're green enough, right? I think Fracturing Gust is that good. You'll also notice that I am playing a companion, and I'm playing it successfully. All the creatures I've selected are something that Kahira can be in the same deck at the same time. So I did some research into nightmares, dinosaurs, beasts. So I guess the only nightmare I didn't consider was this one. There's the nightmare that searches, isn't there? It's like a 2-drop from... Yeah, Fiend Artisan. We might want to play Fiend Artisan as a fun-up. So what this guy does... What's up, Silent? Sacrifice another creature, search my library for a creature card with mana cost X or less, put it on the battlefield. I actually might want to play Artisans, or some number of Artisan. I would like the deck to have more tutors. I almost wonder if I'd like that more than the 2nd Locus of Creation, and maybe even more than the... I forgot about this card, and it doesn't ruin our Kahira plan. Just a thought. It would cost a lot of mana, and I do have to sacrifice another creature. But we could play something like Fiend Artisan. I did forget about this card. I did forget that this is technically, it's weird enough, right? It's weird, right? Kahira can be played alongside Nightmares as well. I think I spent my time searching Cat, because I found Kasali Pride Mage. I spent my time searching Elemental, obviously, since we were building around Titania. Dinosaur and Beast. I think that Fiend Artisan should have come up on my radar, and it didn't. I might want to play that card as a 1 or 2 of. Because as I add more copies of that, it's almost like I need fewer Eldritch. I think Eldritch Evolution is still the better piece, the better tutor, but it might be nice to have more tutors, especially since I'm not playing. Karn. It'd be nice if we had something that found the Zurin Orb that was located off of the evolution. I can't think of anything though, because like Trinket Mage would shut us off of the Kahira. And you might be like, okay, Bruce, why are you so attached to the Kahira? One, I think it's really important to have. I just think it's important to have a companion right now in Modern if you're going to be any sort of. We are trying to grind. So yeah, this is Human Wizard. It's not going to work. It'd be nice for us to have a way to find the Zurin Orb other than Urza Saga. I think I'm okay with Urza Saga being the only way we find it right now, unless we want to do the Karn board thing, which I was originally going to do, but I switched out of that idea pretty quickly. So yeah, I do think, I forgot about Fiend Artisan. I did forget about this card. I mean, it's 6, what is it? It's 6 mana, and I have to sacrifice another creature, though, to, oh, there's a pretty one. I forgot there was a pretty one of this. So I do think this is actually worth considering in some capacity. I don't think green's that hard for us. We're a very green deck. You know, Yavi, forests, yada yada. Yes, we have some colorless lands, right? But we're playing Search, we're playing Flora, we're playing Metamorphose. I think the Fiend Artisan would be fine. I might like that enough, because it might be nice to be able to tutor for some of these cards like Endurance and Brontodon. I wonder if instead of, because this is a lot of like, these are heavy, right? And it'd be nice just to have lower the curve for the Eldritches, even just to have more creatures that I can just sacrifice to the evolution itself to go get Omnaths, to go get, not Titanias, but these would go get Omnath. Maybe I should just play a split. I do think that the Titania is just way better. I do think it's important that I have some impactful 4-drops. You see that I even have a Ceratops out of the board. Why don't we do a 1-1 split on the Omnaths, and then maybe even consider going down to just 2 Titania? It's so important, though. I think maybe just 1 Fiend Artisan. It's a very mana-intensive tutor. We do really want to have Titania. We don't mind hardcasting her. She is our build-around card. She's where I started the deck. I don't think I want to make this like a, although we could, I don't think I want to make this deck a, I don't think I do. I don't think I want to make this deck like a Pact. I think I want it to be Evolution, but I don't know. Yeah, especially since like what I'm trying to set Chalice to is 0, and I'm sure you're like, whoa, 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 Bruce By. If you set Chalice to 0, then what happens if you draw the Zurin Orb? It's a very good point. And so it might be correct for me to have a 2 of Zurin Orb, so that if I do set Chalice to 0, which we do a lot in this meta, right? Like we set Chalice to 0 against how many decks? 1, 2, 3. Sorry, Titan, Living End, Crashing Footfalls. There's 3. There's 3 decks that we're setting it to 0 against. Not Dredge. Dredge, we go get the Endurance, hopefully. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, having the second Zurin Orb would be nice, because in those matchups I am setting the Chalice to 0, but in most matchups, what am I doing? I'm setting Chalice to 1. Actually, in those 3 matchups I just listed, I might consider going and getting a Chalice on 0 off of Urza Saga. So I'm sure you guys have been waiting with bated breath. Oh, what's Bruce By going to do with Urza Saga? I'm trying to find Zurin Orb with it, actually. I'm trying to do the Titania thing. So if you're wondering, what is Bruce By maybe going to do? Might cut a Titania and play another Fiend Artisan. Would give me more access to the Brontodon and the Endurance. And again, like all these different Like, we still can have Kahira as our companion, despite all these a few different creature types going on here. Mostly elementals, right? But we've got a couple other creature types going on. And again, if you're wondering why this is a Casali Pride Mage, which it could be, because cats are included for Kahira, it actually is because it has to do with the fact that Bronodon is a 3-drop, so it turns into a Titania off of Eldritch. I think I might be comfortable cutting a Titania and playing another Artisan. I don't know, though. I liked cutting the second Omnath Locus of Creation for the first Fiend Artisan, because like I'd rather have the 5th Titania than I would even the second Locus. Like I just want these because these are powerful 4-drops to convert my 8 2-drops into off of an evolution in a pinch. Like really, the deck absolutely wants to be turning. I guess also in a pinch we could turn a construct token into like a Voice of Resurgence. Or no, that's why we want the Fiend Artisan. Now I understand it as a singleton even. I want to be able to Eldritch a construct token into the Artisan, and then Artisan can go get one of these bullets, one of these 5. So I think I understand the singleton Artisan better now. So we do want more tutors, but Artisan's just very mana intensive and a little clunky. I'm not that worried about the fact that it's a little squish, right? We're a 4 of Chalice deck, so the bolts and the lava darts and such, I'm not actually that concerned, and that was something that I kind of wish we could have done with the Wynota list. We just never were able to do that. Why don't we stick with 3 Titanias, because I do just want to natural draw that card sometimes, especially against like the blue decks, because Eldritch is very painful against them, whereas we could have the Cavern. And I'm sure you're thinking, well, Bruce Spy isn't a normal inclusion for Urza Saga decks like a singleton, expedition map or something. Yes, it is a pretty normal inclusion. We might run it even though it has anti-synergy with the fact that I often want to set Chalice to 1, pretty much in all the other matchups, right? So if we look again at the, except for like Dredge, but like against everything that wasn't Living End, Amulet Titan, and Crashing Footfalls, I wanted to set it to 1, right? Here, even here. Here, I guess, it stops Opt and Path, but really that's not what we want to be doing. We want to set it to 2, actually, in this matchup, because then it will stop Counterspell and... Oh, wow, this is Miracles, actually. Isn't it? No. They're not even playing Terminus. They're just playing a Brainstone. And we're not even playing Luris. Well, yeah, of course we're not playing Luris, because we have Teferis. Okay. This is an interesting take on blue-white control. Chalice isn't really... It's not a 0-sum in that matchup, but it's pretty weak, just because they have a lot of different sizes. It's also weak against Healing Company, so it's weak here, but strong, or moderate, strong, weak, strong, weak, strong, weak. I would say weak to moderate. Jeskai Control has a little bit more. Oh yeah, this is the Ragavan build. I'd say it's actually better in this matchup then-ish. Weak. So like maybe I was wrong to say like, ooh, Chalice is like the bee's knees right now. It's good. It's not a bad card to build your deck around. And we get to run Prismatic despite Chalice because you just overpay. You just pay an extra colorless because it's a converge spell. Mana value less than or equal to. So basically you kind of do the whole Thalia thing. We overpay for the Prismatic and it gets around the Chalice on 1. So I think the first Fiend Artisan might be fine. I kind of want to keep us mostly on the Elemental theme. So if we count the Artisan, it's kind of like we're playing that many Titanias. It's kind of like I'm playing 8 Titanias. And I don't know if I want to bother with Risen Reef. I just needed more 3-drops, but I'm not sure if a 1 or 2 of is where we're at. I was originally playing a playset and that quickly got changed. I think these are fine in the deck. I think we do have enough synergy for them. Barely, right? So our elemental count is... Let's see. So these are... Neither Kahira also won't trigger these, so you kind of want to count her as well. because we'll consistently have her. Yeah, it's 14-2. Maybe it's not worth it. I mean, it replaces itself, but it might not be worth it. We might be better off with just more artisans. You might be sitting there thinking, oh, well, those will never get big. That's not the purpose. Like, I just wanted more tutors. And I'm sure you're thinking, well, Bruce, why doesn't have the same issue as the Fauna Shamans? Yes and no. It has different issues than the Fauna Shaman. Yeah, I'm not so sure about these Risen Reefs, like, now that I'm looking at it. Like, yeah, they ramp you. Yeah, they replace themselves. I don't know. They're probably better than I'm giving them credit for. I wish there was a tiny bit more synergy. Now, I'm sure you're thinking, Bruce, no, those do have good synergy. No, I know they do. Like, so the 5/3 elemental tokens that we're hoping to put in as the like I will say this, the Risen and this Omnath actually instead of the other one, although the other one's just really good. These all are synergy pieces for Titania. So I don't have to have Zurin Orb if I have one of those other engines on the table. Captain wants to see another version where we... So I didn't have enough white to make Solitude work. I'm glad you brought that up, Captain Altitude. I started with enough white to try to play Solitude. I think the prismatic endings were even born out of that, and then I just realized I just don't have enough white. I think that build was like a playset actually of this Omnath, and it wasn't playing like Bronodon or any of this stuff. It was just Solitude, endings, voices. Yeah, it was just like it was considerably more white. I don't think it was as good of it. Like, it's not like we're not playing, I'm probably, because of Chalice, I'm probably not going to be playing Ephemerate, obviously. But no, I'm not sure. Like, this is just a very, like, this was just a brain blast, and I just had to get it on paper, had to get it on Moto. Just I have those moments where I just have to, wait, are these foils? I think these are foils. I just wanted to get it on paper because my mind was jiving, was flowing. Seriously, instead of a bunch of random cards we just have to hope to draw, I would rather... I don't know if we need double Rest in Peace, by the way. I have a Tormod's Crypt as an Urza Saga target. I also have the Endurance. I don't know if I need that much Rest in Peace. Just my first thought. Although there is quite a bit of Dredge right now. Living End as well. There's more Living End than Dredge right now, actually, funny enough. Yeah, I'd be interested to like see what other... I do like that the Kahira was like giving me some parameters to kind of brew around initially. We can't see all the cards in the deck because I recurved it. So 2 Triomes. We are a 4-color deck after all. I think we want 2 Triomes. These and these. So you can make an argument that in the meta, Chalice is on 0 a reasonable amount of the time. We just need to be careful when we do that because we cut ourselves off of naturally drawing those pieces. We'd have to hit them off of our Urza Saga. Which I think is going to be fine. I don't think it'll happen that often. Like if I drew the Zurin Orb, I can just put it into play before I put a Chalice on 0. And Urza Saga doesn't say go and cast it. Urza Saga says search your library for an artifact card with mana cost 0 or 1, put it onto the battlefield. So I do think we're searching for some of the most powerful artifacts in the format right now. Other than like Engineered Explosives, I did consider a singleton Engineered Explosives. I might still want that, but we would be setting it to 0, which is maybe fine. I mean, against Crashing Footfalls and the different Urza things that people are working on. They haven't showed up here yet just because nobody's really figured out what the shell is. I know there's several people like Doom is streaming, is working on. Doomwake is kind of the premier streamer that's working on the food / Urza Saga builds. You know, Emery, Urza himself, right? I'd love to research and find some more dinosaurs or beasts. I found a couple, right? So I found Brontodons, Ceratops, obviously Endurance, but that's an elemental, so that's easy. But yeah, so one of the reasons why I do want something like Risen Reef has to do with slash Locus of the Royal, even though they seem a little weak. They do have some just inherent synergy for Titania. Can just we don't need the Zern Orb if we have these other pieces in theory, because even if I'm not able to make a lot of elementals, the elementals that I do make are going to have a lot of synergy. I do wish we had more fetches. I do like that the Urza Sagas die on their own, so those inherently have Titania synergy, the fact that they kill themselves. So you might be sitting there thinking, Bruce Spy, you only have that many fetches? Yeah, in your Titania deck, I know. I mean, like, that would even weirdly be a reason to play a second Gemstone Caverns because of the legendary rule. They would kill themselves. Or a second Yavimaya Cradle of Growth. I think strangely enough, like lands like that are actually better in theory in a Titania shell where we want them to kill each other. There's also like flagstones, so there's other cards to consider. We might not bother with the island, the Singleton Island. I think if I'm going to play the Risen Reefs and the Omnas, though, I do want Search for Tomorrow to be able to find me a blue source. I think I'm playing Temple Garden though before I play any like Hallowed Fountain effects or anything, and then I've got 2 Triomes. So we're trying to cast our cards. But yeah, I'd be interested to see if there are some other random, dinosaurs or beasts. I don't think there are off the top of my head. I wish there were some more like sideboard worthy. I mean, in certain matchups, I might be willing to give up the companion to have like a tutorable Collector Oath or whatever. That might be worth it, where we give up the companion to have a tutorable something. As strange as it looks, like, well, no, not in this list. This list wouldn't want to be a Majesty of the Moon list for obvious reasons, but I don't think. But yeah, it'd be interesting. While I do think that Fracturing Gust is good right now, I do think it's a lot of mana. Although we have some ramp, right? Hedrons and Search. There's a bit of people playing Enchantress. I do think that the numbers we see on MTG Goldfish for the metagame aren't quite right. Because there's just a lot of random things people are trying right now. Like, you see Merfolk and Mill coming up there, the different Asmore decks. Like, there's an undercurrent of a lot of other stuff. Just because this is what's seemingly popping up the most doesn't mean there isn't an undercurrent of people just trying stuff, right? There's like a new Delver list where people are using Channeler, right? There's a lot of different stuff happening right now. Here's Enchantress, only 1% of the meta though. I'm sure you're like, but Bruce Spy, here you are with Fracturing Gust. Yeah, I know. These aren't really just gunning for Enchantress, though. There's also the artifact decks in the format. Maybe Fracturing Gust really is just a fun of, though. I'm not sure. Might be better for us to just have more. Like, other Eldritch Evolution targets that I like having access to would be Skyclave. So we do cut ourselves a little bit by trying to build around Kahira. I do think it helps this original version like have a little bit more. We're always going to have this as a 3-drop to Eldritch. This is an Anthem for a significant portion of our list, right? Because it's +1/+1 to, well, it's not just +1/+1 to our elementals. It's +1/+1 to the whole deck in the current iteration. +1/+1 to Vigilance, which is kind of cool that we have a tutorable. It's not so much that I have a tutorable 3/2. I have a tutorable 3/2 that's an Anthem. It's green. It is also white. Sultai Grieve. It is also white, so yeah, there is Solitude to think about. I don't think I want to do it, though. Don't think I want to. Did we fully explore Nightmares? I think we did. I think that's really the only Nightmare that's going to be in our colors, the Artisan. Subtype Nightmare. Very specific. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be another Nightmare. Quantity 0. that's in our colors that I can think of. Boneyard Lurker mutates. Return. That's a very bad Eternal Witness. There's the Necropanther. Kind of outside our colors, but if you did play this card, you'd be playing it for the mutate side. Gets returned. So I spend 4 mana to mutate this onto something else to return a 3-drop. Seems not great. Brokos. This is an interesting one as well. It's just really slow. I think it's just too slow and cute for something like Modern. Like 5 mana, or we can mutate it from our graveyard. I don't know. It's almost like I'd rather have that in the sideboard for if I know it's like a grindy match where we're gonna still have have access to our graveyard. Obviously, there's Luris. It's a solid nightmare. Yeah, I just don't think there are really any other nightmares I want. I do like the Singleton Fiend Artisan. I think that's sweet, actually. Yeah, I mean, like Brokos maybe, but like the black is awkward for us. We would just be wanting to mutate him. How do we get him into the graveyard in the first place? Let's see. So what else besides? What's the other thing I didn't really search into? Beasts. There's got to be some other beasts just besides Elder Gargroth. I already did look through the dinosaurs, and I think the dinosaurs that we could theoretically play I already grabbed. I think there were a couple that were interesting. All right, let's look at beast. It's got to be some beasts. I know that there's Baloth. I don't think there's a ton of. There is cat still to think about. I don't think there's a cat that I want. Besides, like, maybe a Kasali Pride Mage. Yeah, there's Swag Tusk, but I'm already playing Gargoth kind of in that same spot. I think Gargoth is great. Elder Gargoth is great. Yeah, I think I'm already playing like the dinos and the beasts I want. But let's give it a whirl. So there's Trigon Predator. Beasts. Huh? There you go, Craterhoof Behemoth. Arcbound Ravager, funny enough, is a beast. There's Gemrazor. Now, Gemrazor isn't a tutor target per se. This needs to be. This is a really cool sideboard card. It used to be anyway. It might still be a sideboard card for. Oh gosh, what was playing this card? Hardened Scales plays this card sometimes. This is a cool card for Hardened Scales because it was relevant abilities. The trample is a relevant ability for them. And then, of course, you get the mutate for destroy something. So this wouldn't be a tutor target. This would just be... now, is the reach and trample, are these relevant abilities for us? Not really. They're not irrelevant. Like having flying protection's nice because people are playing the Delver, the new Delver, the red whatever her face is. I do like that I'm respecting Ragavan with the prismatic endings. I like that. Excuse me, I like that a lot. Yeah, Gemrazor, I think, makes the mark. There's Questing Beast. I mean, there. Oh, excuse me. I don't know where the hiccup came from. Hiccups. Hydroid Crasis. No. Yeah, I think Questing Beast is good. Protean Hulk's a beast. There you go. That's a beast and a half. Chupacabra has some interesting applications. Obstinate Baloth. Obviously, Swag Tusk, but I don't think I'm running any of these. You know, same with the Predator. I think none of these are what I really want. Within Bellower, it's a fun one. There's some combos for this. Oh boy. Roaring Primodox has some interesting like flicker applications. Very, very specific card. Old Shambler, probably not. Yeah, I don't think any of these other cards have any applications for what we're trying to brew here. We do still need to finish our league with Mardu. Yeah, it was interesting. There's been quite a few beasts printed. I just don't think hardly any of them really synergize with what we're trying to do. But yeah, I mean, Gem Razor maybe. It wouldn't be a tutor target. It would just be. I do like the wording on mutate because they have to wait until the mutate has happened before they spend the removal spell, if they are going to spend the removal spell. And it's when this creature mutates, you get the destroy artifact or enchantment. So it's not really quite a 2-for-1. It's kind of a 2-for-1 if they have removal for what we're trying to mutate onto. And yeah, like if they don't have the thing that we need to destroy, the enchantment or the artifact, it is just a 4/4 dude for 4 with abilities. So it's not a bad idea actually for our sideboard. It's quite a bit sooner. It's going to happen quite a bit sooner than Fracturing Gust. Maybe that is something I wanted to try. Gem Razor over. Yeah, maybe the Fracturing Gust is just a pipe dream, right? Like I think this card is good in the meta, but like will we live long enough to do it? Maybe not. So Gem Razor is sweet, but we wouldn't be playing him as a tutor target, right? We would be playing him as we actually want to natural draw it. So maybe I should just replace. Maybe I'm supposed to replace both of those Fracturing Gusts actually with Gem Razors. It's a cool card. It's had some funny promos, right? It's got like not just this version. It's had it's a funny version, right? It's also had this version where it's like a I don't think. Yeah, this isn't Godzilla, but it's like from the Godzilla universe. It's cool if they teamed up with them for some of this art, which is fun. This is really fun art, but we'll just go with the traditional. Anyway, so yeah, maybe those should be Gem Razors actually instead of Fracturing Gusts in this deck anyway. Because they're also just something that I can Eldritch to go get the Titania. So I do think that I should be playing maybe more creatures than I am. I do think the Questing Beast is sweet. Certain board states, it can just cut right through and hit a Planeswalker. An example of that would be the Stoneblade deck that people are trying to jam. And maybe Questing Beast. Is there board states where that's exactly what you want to tutor for? I mean, they're a very specific board state. And maybe the 2 of Rest in Peace, or even the 2 of Stony Silence might be overkill. Like seriously, as an Eldritch deck, it might be better for me to try to, like even as weird as this card looks, like even Trigon Predator might be something we're interested in certain board states. I'm just not sure. I think the Trigon's a little bit too adorable though at that point. Like it doesn't do it doesn't do the artifact destruction immediately, and we have to wait for it to attack. But yeah, maybe the Gem Razors are more reasonable than the Fracturing Gusts actually. Happens quite a bit sooner. We have plenty of creatures. We should be able to mutate this onto something. Heck, we could even mutate it onto like a construct since we're playing sagas, right? So it doesn't really matter what we mutate this onto so much. I mean, it's nice to have some creatures that have abilities to mutate this onto, right? Like, oh, I don't know. We don't really have any in the main board, but it'd be nice to like mutate the Gem Razor onto. You can dream, right, to put it onto like the. Not the Elder Gargoth. It has a lot of the same abilities. It has all the same abilities. I mean, like the Questing Beast or the Ceratops. Oh no, never mind. It can already gain Trample and Haste naturally. The Kahira, I don't know. Yeah, as much as I was excited about Fracturing Gust, I think actually for this deck the Gem Razors are going to be happier. There's probably none of these cards. And then maybe I don't even want the Singleton Dismember. Like maybe we're fine with just the Winds and the Prismatics. I actually think the Dismember is a concession. Yeah, we'll play sweet cards like Questing Beast, Gargoth, and even Ceratops, and we'll see what we like. All right, anyway, let's finish our league, and then we can play this wonderful nonsense. I'm a little tired, so that's like the exact state to not finish a league. So if you're wondering, whoa, wait, you're also playing Mardu? Yeah, we're playing like a Ragavan, General Ferris, Mardu, bunch of Manamorphos. Greedy mana bases, play Manamorphos, right? No, I'm playing Manamorphos in this deck for General Ferris. In the last deck, it's because I want to shrink the deck and I want to make sure we can cast the Omnaths I'm playing. Because we won't always have the opportunity to have our Triomes or like Cavern. We won't be on the draw always and have the Gemstone in our hand. So there's lots of little cards that could go wrong, I think, to keep us off those very colorful cards. Which is all the more reason to just let them be singletons, right? Like, yes, they are powerful Eldritch targets. They're very bad if I draw them, though, right? They just are. But these two cards, they're very powerful options for our deck for Eldritch or the Artisan, but they're also just, well, they're just a lot of colors. But the Morphos in here more so just for making the deck smaller, because I really, really want to just have Saga. Like, really all we're trying to do is staple this to this, right? Like, we're just trying to do this plus this. Because this plus this equals this. And this is the two-card combo that we're trying to achieve. It's not so much Urza Saga. The two-card combo that we're trying to achieve in this shelf, you're wondering, what the heck is going on in this weird deck you're working on, Bruce By? It's this. I want a Titania, and I want a Zuran Orb. Titania, of course, says... we've impaired. Titania is make a ton of 5/3 elementals and win the game. Sand seems fine. Since I have the Blood Moon in my hand, I think I just want to Border Post. I think that's fine. We can even get the basic planes here, so we're really set up nicely for this Blood Moon. I've even got a Manamorphos. Blue-white control. Blue-white control, huh? Okay. Maybe I'm supposed to Morphos. I'm not going to. I'm assuming that this Blood Moon's not going to resolve. Oh, blue-white. What a matchup. What a matchup. K-Command, that's a good draw. We've got things to be doing. I'm not going to smash this into their counterspell, I don't think. I'm going to wait for them to make the first move. I think I'm going to lead on the K-Command. It's probably supposed to be Kaya's Guile, actually. They discarded Terminus. So they're playing Miracles. Miracles is a pain. If I Morphos here, then I can't Kaya's. It's probably Archmages. They have plenty of basics in their list, so I probably won't be able to get them, be able to do anything with the... I know you're like, Bruce By, it's really not going to do all that much. It's really not. Make a token, get some of their Snapcaster Mage targets. We may see them snap in response, which would be really great. Counterspell. I'd actually rather have the Triome in my deck. What fixes us the best here? I have a red-black source already. I want more red. I think it's Foundry, actually. So I have Shizu. Shizo. Kroxa is a good draw. That's a pretty good draw for us. This is finally a situation where I should just fire off the Metamorphose. I think. This Dreadbore, I don't feel that nervous now about the It might finally be time for me to just rip this Blood Moon. Yeah, let's just do it. If they counter it, it's fine. I actually don't care. Because we have Croxa now to follow up. So they probably play Jace. A Brainstone. Nothing, huh? 3 cards left. Alright, so let the Croxa-ing commence. So let's start with Croxa. If you're wondering, is this matchup good for us? The answer is no. But we gotta do what we can do. We do have a 2 of Cavernous Souls. I haven't seen them yet, but they get to name Soldier, they get to name another Brainstone, huh? And part of the reason why it's a tough matchup has to do with they have more fixing than we do. It's like in the late game. I've got this Dreadbore that's not really going to do anything anytime soon. But dead. Fatal Push, drawing some of our fast lands. I probably should play these out. Oh, you know what? I'm forgetting about my Gigantha. I was supposed to put that in my hand. It'll be fine. I did mean to put this into my hand. Because I can't just let them be... I just can't let them sit there and scry 2 with their castle forever. Is why. I do need to put the Gigantha into my hand. So they're straight up like Jeskai miracles, actually. Fascinating. Alright, Mesa to Thin. Put this in my hand. This should be Jace, maybe Teferi. No, the Miracle's take on Blue-Eye Control or Blue-Eyed X control is powerful, and I don't think I'm going to win this, but that's okay. We have some sideboard to bring in. We just maybe have too many dead cards is part of it, is part of the issue. It's part of the issue. I used to have more copies of Cavernous Souls when this was a bit more popular of a deck. We'll do the best we can, folks. This is General Ferris. This probably gets countered. I kind of need it to get countered so I can kill the Jace. They let that go because they have a Terminus, if you're wondering. So we're in a bad spot. So they're going to counter this, and then they're going to set up a Terminus. It's the 3rd counter spell. Still think I hold. Unless Croxa, no. Well, we know we're going to get to discard the Terminate. Maybe I should just play out one of my lands. So this will be them setting up their Terminus. Could not break through, could not get rid of the Snapcaster. Sorry, we did get rid of the Snapcaster. Could not get rid of their Jace. Meant to switch interfaces, sorry folks. We're losing this. Let's just try to make it take as long as possible. I'm concerned though the fact that my finally like some hand disruption. I have 6 pieces of hand disruption. I needed more of this. It's probably a cryptic at this point though. We got a Brainstorm out of that. They're gonna path this though. Or this is them putting the Terminus back. Terminus Macroxa. If I had tapped differently, I actually would have been able to terminate my own Croxa, which is a good idea. That actually might have been a winning path if I maybe played out the Vantage. I would have had the necessary red. If I tapped differently, no. So the planes couldn't have been part of either the Terminate or the Croxa. Of Thoughtseize. Anthem. So I would have needed to have played out the Vantage to do that line to kill my own Croxa, to stop it from getting tucked with the Terminus. Gigantha, they bounce it. They path it. They scry. Do a little bit of F6 the Gathering. I wish we could have made this game go longer than we did. No, the new take on Miracles is fascinating to behold. I'm not sure if it's all that good, but it is interesting. Another Brainstorm. General Ferris, try to go to combat. Try to hit the Jace. Terminus. General. No Caverns of Souls for us. Make this matchup a little more doable. Not necessarily easy, but doable. I want to force them to kill us with Jace Ultimate instead of just spinning their wheels, which is what they're doing. If they're not progressing the game, let's go ahead and kill this just so they can't beat us down with a Snapcaster Mage. I want them to have to do that. We're more set up for a lot else of what the meta is doing, not so much blue-white or blue-white-red control. There are a few things in the format that deal with General. Like it has to be a sweeper or Helix. I mean, it has to be either a sweeper or multicolored removal. All right, Teferi's going to speed this up for them tremendously. We'll keep F6ing. We need to make sure our clock is higher than theirs. All right, Morphos. This is like not the matchup to play when I'm exhausted. It's midnight my time. Fetch this out. So we're shuffling back in the things that got bottomed. You might be saying, well, Bruce, aren't you being lazy? Aren't they going to start plussing their Jace? Yeah, they probably will. So we got a red splash in this thing. I mean, we knew they did. I guess it's just for bulk. Yeah, Jeskai does offer faster kills. Makes them maybe a little more susceptible to my Blood Moon plan, though I do have 2 Blood Moons, so we may actually win this matchup. Just need to make sure that my clock stays ahead of theirs. Want to kill the Snapcaster. That's all I really want to do. I know that seems strange. We've lost to the 2 walkers. I just want to make sure this gets off the table so we don't die too quickly. There's a Dirty Rags. I guess I'll try to dash in. Ooh, fire. It's fun. No, my opponent's deck looks like a lot of fun to play. I don't know how good. It's certainly good against us because they have the Terminus. Another one. It's certainly good against us. I don't know how good it is against the rest of the meta. Just making them play Magic. We know we're not winning, but just forcing them to actually use up their clock some more. We got them at 17:23 now. We're holding about 30 seconds ahead. Down to 6 they go. Makes me wonder if I'd drawn more of our burn if we actually could have won this, right? They're at 6. They hit me for 2. We get to sideboard. Awesome. Yeah, game 1's tough because I do lean heavily into like the General Ferris as a win. Which I do want my walkers. I want all my walkers. I want the Vindicate. We've got some cool stuff that we get to bring in. Spellbomb's good too. Brainstone I want to turn off. I'm okay that it turns off a couple of cards in my own list. Cool. Alright. I'm already very pleased. I know it'd be unfortunate if we can't even scrape together the 3-2, but I'm actually okay with it. I am liking where the deck has ended up. We could just cut the border post since I brought in the Stony Silence. I don't mind slimming on lands in this matchup. The burn is weak. I don't cut all of it though, do I? Maybe keep in a bolt. It's a little reach against a Planeswalker. Then again, Rip Apart also hits walkers, and I could take out a Brainstone. Alright. Let's tear them apart and then slam a Moon. That's something we can do. I left in the Dread Boars, because they do have Planeswalker targets for those. Just sweet. Sand seems great. It's got Cavern. Awesome. Where was that last game? I don't know. Don't know where it was last game, folks. Where it was, nobody knows. Yeah, just going to slam an uncounterable General Ferris next turn. Seems good. Follow it up with like a Vindicate or something. I don't even care if the Vindicate resolves. I just want to make my Golem. Hope they don't draw a Terminus off the top, obviously. This entire time, this match. This entire time, this match, I just hope that they don't top a Terminus. Isn't that why they're playing the deck? You can top it. They did have a gust. I'm shocked, huh? Do we have a Helix over there? If they had Helix, they wouldn't have toasted the... They're cycling a Trio. Sure. They could Jace bounce General Ferris, but then I'd Vindicate the Jace, or... Sorry, I'd rip apart the Jace. Get our token. That's what I really wanted. That's all I really wanted, folks. I don't necessarily need the Vindicate to resolve. Didn't necessarily need it to resolve. I could even just make another Golem here with the Rip Apart. I don't think that Rip Apart's really that great in this matchup. Just force them to have to hit a Terminus. Could have another Cryptic and Cryptic tap me. I don't really want to swing my General Ferris into their Snapcaster Mage. Not really. This could very well be a Cryptic tap. Gain control. Okay, that's cute. I'm going to hold land because we not just have Nahiri, but we also have the two of, wrong list, sorry. I've got two of Gain 2 Life Cathartic Reunion, the new printing. Prismatica Golem, sure. Sure. Alright, so this is a way that I can kind of play around the Snapcaster Mage, which is that I don't think I swing into it. I also don't want to commit. Do they have other spots that they could have snapped? Did something though. You know what? They have 2 cards left. If that's what they're doing, that's fine, because I just play the other General Affairs from my hand. Yeah, they don't have it. I think you just have to no fear there. Like, I can't miss that 3 damage, I think, in this matchup. Don't think I can miss it. Nahiri. Alright, so let's get in our damage again, maybe. Down to 7. I don't need the Nahiri to resolve. I just want my Golem, right? Very possible this is getting countered. Never mind, we probably win the game. Sweet. That's the card I was thinking of, if you're wondering, folks. Is this Gust my Nahiri? Oh wow, is this like Bolt my Nahiri? That's great news. Yeah, General Ferris is really awesome that we're getting value out of these things we're doing. Like we're just playing our deck, right? I'm just doing what a mid-range Mardu would do. But the fact that we're getting these free 4/4s as we do it is pretty awesome. Sure. Sorin. Okay. We have one card left. Sure. I think we're happy if that's what's going down. I mean, like, I could put them really low right here if they tried to kill the General Ferris. I might just want to swing. Oh, not swing. Sorry, this is a summoning sick golem. Never mind. I think I just let it go. They have the top deck pretty strong here. Like, they need more than just Terminus, right? Because my follow-up is going to be Croxa. I almost like opting during my turn, not their own turn, since they are a Terminus deck. But maybe it's fine. Teferi, bounce the General Ferris. That's fine. We cast it again. And they showed me it was a land. Even better. With Nahiri and both Thrilling Discoveries already done, I actually could play out this Mesa. It's not a big deal. Ooh, or would I rather Kaya? I would rather Kaya. Definitely would rather Kaya. Nice, we have a white source that's untapped. Fantastic. Make a golem. Get rid of the golem you stole from me. Hit your face. Don't care about the fairy. Alright, they need a Terminus right here, and it's not even good enough because we'll kill them with the Croxa. This is them Ventressing for Terminus. One bottom, one top. No Terminus. Okay. You just dead? Okay. Sweet. Yeah, I think the swap out of the border post when we bring in the Stony Silence is good. They didn't see a single Brainstone. It's funny, like, they had all the things our first game, and then we kind of had all the things this second game. Let's see if we can do it again with this configuration. We have a lot of deck cards to draw through in that first game. Like, the best they can do when it comes to General Ferris, if I have a Cavernous Souls, is either sweep or try to fight over the Golem tokens I'm making. You knew that was a good game when I didn't need to bother with, wow, Cavern General again? Awesome. Ragavan? Keep. Sure, he might just eat up, you know, XYZ spell. But we'll do it. Is the Dirty Rags going to get in? Doesn't look like it. I'm just going to bottom him. I don't think. If I can't get him to go from there, I'm probably just better off drawing. Oh wow, they miss a land drop. That's great for us. Do you have another Aether Gust? Do you have another one? That I would top. Alright, don't top a Terminus. That's all I'm asking for. Alright, K-Command. I'd rather not jam my Nahiri into their very obvious counterspell. If they're not doing anything, then that's certainly most likely what they do have. Could also just be Ambush Viper, though. Show me. We don't have an issue with Ambush Viper. I don't have a problem here, unless they have, like, Force, I guess. Oh, we have a backup general. Awesome. Discard something, kill your Snapcaster, don't have Force. We do have Force. It's okay. We make 2 golems, and I have another General Ferris in my hand. So we kind of massacre. Their hand gets massacred. The end is I have 2 4/4s that they still need a Terminus. Let's get rid of that Brainstorm if I can. They're still missing land drops. I'm nervous to do more than... Well, no, if they're getting rid of a golem, that makes me think they don't have the Terminus ready to go. This would be a sitch where I want to get the Nahiri going instead. I'm more interested in this, actually. Oh, I messed up. You might be wondering, oh, why did you mess up your spot? I wanted to thin, but then I thought the best thing I could possibly draw into off this Nahiri is a hand disruption spell. That was my reasoning. This Blood Moon also just wins the game, too, theoretically. I know, they just showed me Field of Ruin, it's fine. Dash? Sure. Now I just Blood Moon you? You need another counterspell? This is very clearly in our control. Just the way we like it. Sure. I mean, that could be a counterspell. So they do have Jace. So I don't want them to get away with Jace. Which is why I decided to play my general. We can bounce the golem. It's fine. Kill the Jace. Can use Nahiri to go get to go tutor for Kroxa. I know it seems strange. Actually, Rags might be better. They're at 7. Is there anything I could go tutor for that kills them now? The answer is no, because she can go get Kroxa. I mean, like, I like just going and getting Kroxa just because it makes my opponent discard. Just making sure there isn't anything else spicy I could go get. Oh yeah, she can go get, I could go get Pithy Needle. I forgot she can do that. And she really can do a lot of different things. I could just ignore the Jace, hit them for 3, go get a Pithy Needle. Oh, I have to return it to my hand. Never mind. That's why she doesn't go and get Pithy Needle. Yeah. You could go get the Nile Spellbomb. That's funny. But I don't know, I think I just want to make them discard a card. We know their hand was gas when we looked at it last, so let's just go tutor for the Kroxa. It dies. I can't recast it yet. I would need to find a... Alright. They screw. Sweet. Look at us with our 3-2 of awesome. So there's a lot of different things, a lot of little things I like about the direction of the list. Let's just open all these. We did it. Oh. We got a Modern Horizons 2 draft booster. 50 play points and anger. Nothing else here is really all that exciting. No, I like Mimic that. Like, there's cards here I like. But pretty much it's just the 50 play points and the Modern Horizons 2 booster. Alright, so let's get into this list. I'm excited to see if we can do the Titania thing. But no, I do like, hang on, let's give this a once over. I do really like where we're ending on this list for now, and maybe I'll come back to it. I do think that it's doing powerful things in the meta. I think it's also a reasonable shell for Ragavan, because we have lots of disruption and removal to make sure that he can get past their blockers. And, you know, the hand disruption's really for grabbing the few things that they might have that would stop General Ferris. I'm not surprised that we came out on top against Miracles. I do think that matchup's not easy, though, but I'm not surprised. I do think that this list has a lot of power to it. The free spells with General Ferris are just amazing. The Metamorphose is just such great synergy for this card. Very powerful. Yeah, let's trade this back in and get into our Titania list. This is a Titania list. I've been just kind of had a brain blast and just started working on it today. Just a little brain blast, and yeah. We shall see. There's a whole bunch of the deck missing, as you can see. Here it is. Now it's on screen. And these are trying to be 1 mana zeros and ones. We are finally doing the whole Urza Saga thing, and I know Urza Saga is kind of like here because I need to pay 3 for it. I might just put it over here. These are tapped lands, so we'll put those in our ones and zeros pile. Sometimes I'll even make a zeros pile if it's significant. I don't think it's that significant in this list. We could put these here even. So yeah, this is what the deck's doing. I don't know if it's yet time to put it in a league, though. We might want a dual queue. Oh no, maybe I'm fine doing... It's funny, you're like, but Bruce Pie, you finally started to make the Mardu list profitable. I know, but now I want to do Titania things. I've already got the list actually in my... already got the list in my cart. I do need to get back the Mardu list, so bear with me while I return some cards. Bear with. I do think there's a lot of cool stuff going on in here. I do think that Urza Saga, there's lots of little decks we're going to see. Like, I think Hammer Time is a deck, for example. There's lots of little decks that it's going to enable. There's the obvious, right? It's very obvious to look at something like Hardened Scales and say, oh, that's the deck, right? That's the deck that. Another benefit to me giving this back and then maybe re-renting the Mardu deck later. One of the negatives is Ragavan just seems to keep going up, but so does Urza Saga, and I wanted to show you guys some Urza Saga's decks. At least one. Here's one, in theory. In theory, I have a deck to show you. These are all chump change. All right, so where's the big money? It's got to be the Ragavan purchase, right? Or rent. General Ferris, yeah, that's fair. I ended up just buying some General Ferrises. Actually, I feel like the card is a lot better than people are giving it credit for. Folks just haven't found, we just haven't found the right shell. There's a few different shells. I do think Mardu might be one of the better shells for it, though, because you use the hand disruption to protect him from, I mean, like Jeskai could be another shell, but I think it's actually maybe Mardu. Because I just fight over the, I just use the hand disruption to fight over what cards that they have that could possibly disrupt, right? You know, the cards they could possibly have that would kill, essentially. I turn this order. Okay. And there aren't many, right? Like, most decks want to be running very efficient removal, right? Prismatic's popular right now. People are trying it out. Very good card. This is a Prismatic deck, for example, but it's Prismatic not because it's just a good card. This is a Prismatic deck because we're playing Chalice, and I can get around my own Chalices if I overpay with some colorless mana. Or the same color mana. We can get through Chalice to still hit stuff on one, which is sweet. It is pretty sweet. And I was playing with some bling in the Mardu deck. I think I could have cut down and made it a little bit less expensive if I wasn't running the fancy schmantz. Fancy, dreadboards and other random stuff, which really just make it hard for you guys to recognize some of what the cards are when we're on stream, especially if you're watching on your smartphone. And I do realize that. And the Nahiri looked really good. I like the Nahiri. I didn't even mind that we weren't playing an Emrakul. Especially since it's a singleton Nahiri, I don't think it's necessary. You'll see lots of 2-ups here, unless they're tutor targets with the exception of like the random Settle the Wreckage. I like Settle the Wreckage in these decks where we're committing to the board pretty hard. I like that it's kind of that one-sided board sweep kind of effect. I do like that. But hopefully you guys are having a nice night wherever it is you are in the world. I'm assuming you might not be United States or East Coast. I think I gave back most of what I need to give back to be able to rent this deck. Okay, cool. So let's go to our cart. And the few changes I made, which was Fiend, Artisan, we added a Questing Beast, because that's a sweet card, and it works with our the thing we're doing. Gem, Razors. These are fun card. Promos are quite a bit more, so we'll just get the normals. Check out. Go to check. So what's so expensive here? Trying to figure out why this is expensive. Oh, Settle, I already have one. Stony, okay. What is so expensive? And, oh, we don't need to dismember anymore. I think we cut it. Cut the dismember. Yeah, Misty Rainforest, because I am playing the Singleton Island. Two rest in pieces. Yeah, what's so expensive? I'm trying to figure. I mean, obviously it's the Urza sagas and such. I'm trying to see if I can't shave a card or two. Oh yeah, yeah, Karn the Great Creators. We ended up cutting from the list. There we go. We're good to go. Loan count. Bing. I'll just go ahead and place this order, and then anything that didn't get got, I'll just order on a subsequent order. I'm sure there's maybe something that maybe. Yeah, Force of Vigors are expensive right now. Rather have the fancy Kahira, but that's minimal. I think I did get the fancy Kahira. So I'm interested in starting a league with this list, perhaps. I don't want to... Yeah, this has like a really original feel to it, which is fun for me. Like, is it all that original? Yes. But also no, right? We're just doing Zern Orb Titania at the end of the day, right? And the rest of the shell really is to facilitate that. We have creatures, creatures that can be evolved to get us Titania. I do wish I had more 3-drops, but I kind of do, right? Kahira is a consistent 3-drop, so we always have access to the Kahira as an Eldritch target. So I think it has more 3-drops, a higher 3-drop density than it might feel like when you just look at the list. But yes, most of what I'm going to be Eldritching are the 2s going from 2 to 4. Or like grabbing the Endurance, right, or the Brontodons, right? But I think we'll see the Eldritch a reasonable amount of the time. It's just going to go get me an Omnath, but that's there's plenty of matchups where that's good enough. Obviously, I need to be careful about Locus of the Royal against the Bolt decks, but we're Chalice of the Void deck. I think that's fine. I think you guys will get to see firsthand that just the power of Saga. Not so much that it's going and getting us the Zern Orb or Crypt against the Graveyard decks or Chalice on 0 against the Cascade decks or Titan, but you'll see that the Urza Saga is just going to consistently set us up for the Titania. And so that begs the question, well, Bruce By, do you need to... I mean, like, I wanted to play an Eldritch Evolution deck, too, just to also find Titania. I think this is one of the better tutors to find Titania out there. So really the core of the deck, you could make the argument, is Titania or Sagas and ways to tutor for Titania. So you could do, again, I've seen like an Eladamri's Call build of this deck. Call, of course, plays better in a counterspell meta. I don't think there's a ton. There are people jamming it, right? There are people, we just played against somebody trying to jam their blue deck. They're not necessarily great, but people are certainly playing it. So close, and let's do update. Okay, so we actually have all the cards. Perfect. Wow, that's a pretty Geargraph. Pretty Kahira too. I think I did end up getting the promos. I do like that this Titania has the watermark at least. Yeah, we got the pretty Omnath. Okay, for the most part, it prettied up the way I wanted it to. Minus like the Endurance, but it's too expensive. I think Endurance is just a beautiful card anyway. And this is a Tormods that matches the other artifacts I'm playing. Alright, cool. Do you guys want to see how this deck works or doesn't work? Speaking of the reactor going off. Do you guys want to see if this does the things or doesn't do the things? You guys want to see this list, right? Right? You guys want to see this? Somebody in the chat wants to see this, right? You love Zern Orb? Yeah, so that's the thing is like, okay, so we've got Titania. Right, so we've got Titania. And so what's happening here is I wanted to play Titania in a shell where there are other things happening whilst we do the Wombo. So it's not just Zern Orb. We have these other engines. That's why I'm interested in, although they look a little weak on the surface, the Reefs and the Locus of the Royal Omnath, they all have synergy for the Titania nonsense. Like as we even just naturally like sacrifice sagas and fetch and all the stuff that the deck's hopefully going to be doing, as we do that stuff, we are going to be triggering these cards, right? So really the Titania has all of these as engines, right? So she has more going for her in this list that I've concocted than just the Zern Orb. But the Zern Orb is the most important piece because it lets us sacrifice our lands. We gain a bunch of life, make a bunch of elementals, kill them. I know I've been doing it at EDH for years and years. Also, Splendid Reclamation. Let's jam. I think the Tutorable Endurance will be sweet. I'm respecting the graveyard decks, right? I've got some respect for them. Oh, we're missing some cards. No, we're not. There's the Prismatics. Okay. I was concerned for a second. I was like, wait, I do want to play that card. Let's just run it in a league. This is version 1.0. I think we're doing something powerful and kind of unfair. I missed my opponent's chat last game. I feel a little bad for that. A little bit. A little bit bad. It's a good game. They just wanted to know what I would get with the Nahiri. Yeah, I certainly think we have enough green in this list for force. I don't think we have nearly enough white to consider, although it is an elemental, to consider solitude. But I do think that we've got enough green. This has been fun for me playing all these different Eldritch Evolution decks. They've been very green decks, which is not, as you guys know, my typical. We still have that very generous Yavimaya from one of you folks. I think that's going to be great for fixing us color-wise. Maybe Mono Blue Tron. Alright, so this hand has a little bit of ramp. It has a Saga. Can't go wrong. I think we might lead Forest into Triumph since I have Omnath Locus in my hand. Although we do have these Metamorphoses. But I still think I'm supposed to turn to the Saga. So how are we going to fix the best? I guess I got to get the Ketria, right? I'm more likely to natural into the white sources in the deck anyway. So Tron. Speaking of which, but we'd still rather Urza Saga. Gosh, this card's stupid. I already feel like it's dumb for me just playing it this first time. Ramp because we can in this matchup. Do I turn my Tangled into... I wonder. Well, I can't blow up... While I can't blow up their Expedition map, this is a matchup where the... well, since they went Island, that means they have a permission spell rather than... Yeah, I think I just play my land and say go. I don't really want to get... I could even just hit them for one. We could go get our other Triumph, though, but really all I need is a basic Plains. I might just hit them for one, and during their end step, make a Construct. Yeah, I don't really want to get any of my stuff countered. Hit you for one. Make a Construct. It's fine. That's what they really wanted to do. So, like, that's the thing. If I jam there, it's actually not that bad. And again, we're running into that issue I was worried about, which is I have a lot more 2-drops than I have 3-drops. All right, power plant. Let's not forget to make our Construct. It's going to be a little itty-bitty 1-1, though. They play another island instead of... Huh. It's a little strange. Alright, my first construct. Made my first construct, folks. Did it. Made my second construct. So we do want to go get orb, although this is going to grow them a little further, which is nice. I guess I attack and see what they do, and then I'll probably try to play the Artisan. Could cycle some Metamorphosis. Peel. I think I want to start jamming into these counter spells, right? I don't think we mind if the Fiend Artisan gets countered. I don't think we mind. I like that the colors in this super greedy deck are working out quite nicely. Do you want to counter this? It's a 1/1. It's countered. Yeah, we may just want to fire off these Metamorphosis looking for gas next turn. Or more Urza Sagas. There's the power plant. Talisman. Okay. So Wario West. Engineered explosives. Nope, mine. Okay. Wish I had a 3-drop in play right now. I would just go get Titania. We could certainly still hit her. This Morphos. So Voice. Voice is good in this matchup. I don't know if I'm supposed to... Because, okay, so I could... There's a Risen Reef. That might be better than me just playing Omnath, Locus of the Royal. Yeah, I might just want to go Risen Reef, Voice of Resurgence, actually. Let's see, I have 6 mana. I could go Voice Omnath. It might be better because of sweepers. I'm not going to have all the colors to do that, though, right? Because I need blue and... Yeah, I should have floated different. Okay, so we are on the Risen Reef, then Voice of Resurgence line. Just fine. Colors are greedy. Oh, I mean, against Bluetron, they play like that silly bounce all your stuff. I mean, it's not silly for them. It makes perfect sense for them. Wouldn't really expect Bluetron, but here they are. Big silly something. Maybe Ugin? Ugin's bad news. Ugin doesn't get rid of my construct, but Ugin only needs to minus for 3. Oh, Ballista? That's actually not so bad. I mean, they get to shoot the Risen Reef, sure. Which stinks because I wanted to go get Titania and win the game, but that's okay. We could just go evolve for. I could just evolve the Oh wow, they let me untap. Okay, do you think they have do you think they have counterspell? They don't tend to play counterspell. They'll play condescend before they play counterspell. Maybe they jammed counterspell into their list. I think we just have to no fear this and just go for it and just hope. I think that's what I'm supposed to do. Wish I could keep this because it's got all that synergy potential. I don't have a different 3-drop though. Maybe they'll force, but then they make me a voice token, which isn't the worst thing. So they want to shoot my voice, and then they do have a counter spell. I feel like blue is tough for them, but okay. I was supposed to float that mana. Whoops. Ah, remand. Gross. Okay. It is gross. Let's just suspend this. Right? I mean, I can priz the... Oh, no, I can't because I don't have white. This doesn't give us white. So I can't priz this, prismatic this. Ending. That's unfortunate. That says GG. Why do you say that? Got plenty of gas. I'm a little confused by what my opponent's saying, but I think they're trying to say that they... I'm glad that I played the Veil before the Eldritch finished, because I would have wanted to turn this into an Elemental with Titania. Maybe I'm supposed to Eldritch for another voice, actually. I think they're trying to say that they really don't have much. I wonder if they're just trying to be a little deceptive, though. I mean, this Ballista is a problem. I need to get rid of it. Oh yeah, let's not forget we have Kahira, that's true. So I can't activate my Zern Orb now. And we do need to think about that with our sideboard, the Stonies. I do think that Stoney's good enough in this matchup that I'm okay turning off my orb. So we're going to plus. Hey, what's up, Alex Jet? So if I grab Kahira and play Kahira, if I were to draw land, okay, I don't. Okay, so cool. Voice is a great draw. We just play that, right? And then they shoot my elemental token. but that's fine. Yeah. So voice. Probably shoot my token here. That's what they do. Ooh, another counterspell. What do we got here? Oh no, Thirst. Okay. That's good, Chrism Angelic. We're jamming some interesting new stuff. We finished our Mardu League 3-2. It was alright. We discard 2 islands, draw a bunch of gas. Can't Prismatic here. I don't think I would Prismatic the Talisman anyway. I can say GG again. Alright, so while they're tapped out, let's go get other Omnath. June Endurance. Okay. Just got done opening some Modern Horizons 2 boosters. Oh yeah, Crimson? Did you open anything interesting? I think they're really presumptuous to say good game, whether it's directed at me or the fact that their draws aren't good because they've already played both of these. Mostly because you'll get a Mind Slaver. It's fine. We'll see. I do think that the so I do think we'll leave in the tour mods. Sorry, not the tour mods. We'll leave in the Chalice isn't all that great against them. Blutron. I wonder if Blutron's something that people actually do. Alright, Questing Beast is interesting. Ceratops is funny against them. We do have some cards that are going to be good. I don't know if I need the ramp from... No, we do want the ramp from Search. We don't want Endurance. Oops. I do want the Bront, maybe. Alright, so Chalice is a little weak in this matchup. Like, yes, there's 2-drops to counter, but I don't want to turn off my own 2-drops. Ending is weak too, but I have to run some number of ending. Oh, maybe not. Gem Razors get to come in. Forces can come in. Alright, let's see. Prismatics or the Winds? I do want to be able to exile Wormcoil Engine. Alright, let's run it. You got your hands on a foil Urza Saga. Nice. Sell it. Sell it now. Sand seems great. Keep. There's a stony that's going to feel real good. Feels real good. Nice map. Nice map. All right, in your opinion, what's the best market for selling? You can do something like TCG Player. I actually played the second Urza Saga a little bit too quickly. I think it's going to be okay. Oh, wow. Anthony with the Tier 1 sub. Thanks, friend. I appreciate you. Do I want to just play out this Tangled? Or no, we would rather have it as a threat. Wouldn't we? We have 2 land drops. We're going to lose this land, but that's okay. I think that's fine. Alright, so they're going to blast zone the Stony, try to do their thing. I might just want to Manamorphose a bunch to try to hit, instead of making another construct, I might just want to Manamorphose a few times to see if I hit another Stony. Fine. Karmize Urn Orb. So am I making a construct, or am I trying to put the Ceratops into play? I guess I could wait on the Ceratops, since it... We cut our other cards. So hit the Karn, hit them, go. There's a Gem Razor. It is whenever this creature mutates, so I think we're good to go if we just Yavi. We want to put the Gem Razor over, not under, because we want it to have CMC4. They're dead. All right, Smith. Anthony, thank you so much for that support. Yeah, so we just finished earlier tonight a league with the Mardudes. So this is the General Ferris Rockrick list. We changed up this list a little bit so that it would support Gigantha. I've really liked the direction the list went. We had some 4-1s. Honestly, though, mainly 3-2s and some 2-3s. I think there's some things about this deck that seem a little unfair, like the Ragavan, and we're like using Hand Hate. We're using removal to make sure that he can connect. We're doing cool things with General Ferris, like Metamorphose and stuff. All right, no problem. I've been watching your content for ages. Never catch you when you're on stream. Oh, well, thanks a while, it's Anthony. I appreciate that. Thank you, friend. Glad you like the content. The old kind of a one-lander. The fact that it's not suspending the search means it's ship. All right, so we can keep this hand, I think. I'm going to tuck the second Risen. Yeah, we're going to tuck the second Risen. very confident that Blutron's good. We're chatting it up. I mean, this is just something we slapped together, so I don't know. Another voice, huh? I'm just going to cast the Risen, because I think I'd rather resolve the voices. Thirst. I do indeed like that Thirst art. If this other search resolves, we're going to go get the basic planes, so we could double spell these. So they don't quite have Tron yet. Let's not forget about our companion. So I drew Yavimaya. Let's just go with voice. It's important that there's like a fetch for the Titania, and that is certainly a weakness. Like Titania needs to pick up a fetch or an Urza Saga. Sure. angled. I do think putting the companion in our hand is going to be better than me just playing a 1-1. I'm assuming they're considering bouncing this. I've already decided that I want to just put Kahir in my hand. Last end's on 2. Don't quite have Tron yet. It's going to take them 4 of their lands to pop the voice. So there's the Zurin Orb plus Titania Wombo. It's not like these have haste. It's just good combat. I do feel like anytime I play Tron, the deck seems to operate at two different speeds. Alright, so there's Matt. We've got our Gem Razor again. I do really hope. So they've got 5 mana represented. I can't quite quest. I should have just played out the Tangled as a land drop, like maybe even 2 turns ago, because I can't double spell here. I drew the Questing Beast, but I can't do both. Kahira at least does its thing, even if they do have a... I don't want to get my Titania countered by a hard counter here. A hard counter spell. I think I want a Kahira if they do have Remand. Like this plays through Remand. I'm really sad I didn't just play out the Tangled Florahedron. It's not like I have an Eldritch Evolution that needs to, you know, happen. Maybe I'll just even play it out as a threat. Because it grows the elementals. That's really what I want. I want to swing for 6, not 4, so maybe I'll just play out the Florahedron. It's very possible what they have is a bounce for one of the elemental tokens. Or a removal spell for Kahira. It's very possible that they could have many different things. Mindslaver, unfortunately, is detrimental to us because of the Zern Orb in my hand. Try to swing for 10. Peel. Gust. I think I actually do top it. Down to 6. I mean, that's what I would do. If they do have Mindslaver, activate Mindslaver, it's just Zern Orb, make a sacrifice all our lands. It's funny, this is really like the only matchup where that comes up, where it's relevant. Is this Ugin? This is big mana. This is big mana. Ballista. So they're going to shoot a lot of things. Shoot a lot of things. So do we think that their hand is another Remand? Or do we just need to go for it? I think I just hope that they don't have the Remand or the Gust. Oh, it could be a Condescend, actually. For 2. Gross. I think we lose now. But it was an interesting matchup. Sorry, I should have just played like the Questing Beast or replayed the Kahira. I guess if I was topping Kahira with the Aether Gust, I should have... Now this Ballista should just take over the game. Well, Karn makes it so if they Mindslaver me, they can't make me sacrifice all my lands. I'm trying to look at the bright side. Yeah, I appreciate the Dare Gus. I have not. Worm Coil. Okay. They have 1 activation for Ballista or potentially another counterspell. There's an Eldritch. They're rough in this matchup. I actually probably should have sided down on these a little bit, but I even wonder what else we would have wanted. I mean, Ending does kill Ballista. Endings do. I don't know. We can't really have Chalice in instead of the 2, really, because I have too many things that are on 2 as well. Just a thought. I mean, I could Eldritch into... I could play the Kahira and Eldritch and just hope they have nothing, counterspell-wise. That's part of what the Kahira is in the deck for. However, because there's a Karn, I can't sacrifice my lands to do the Titania thing. If I Questing Beasted, it's not doing much with the Worm Coil. I could play Kahira and try to mutate the Gemraiser onto the Kahira, taking out the half of the Worm Coil. Or just hit the Ballista. Might just be correct just to kill the Ballista here. Yeah, I wish I hadn't gone for this. I think I should have the previous turn gone for like Questing Beast. So they could grow Ballista here. I thought they might shoot the Kahira. Just an Obstructionist. That's cute. Okay. Sand's still bad, or Mindslaver's still bad news for us. So they get to Eldritch, my Gemraiser. Games. So good luck with the rest of your league. If you have more games, I'm not sure if they do. Hope to run into you again. Good games. There were a few times where I wish I would have just... We'll play another game. I don't have much brain at 3 in the morning, but we'll play one more. I kind of wish there were a couple times during that game where I think I was supposed to play the tap land. And I just didn't know when. So it's just, we'll have to learn when to do it. For Brew, I think this put up a reasonable fight, though, against Bluetron. There were moments where I couldn't, I really never had the option to Eldritch or play the Titania. And I do think I'm supposed to side down a little bit on Eldritch Evolutions in that matchup. They get to bring in the Aether Gusts that they play. Certainly not a deck on my radar, but is played. Alright, let's play against a deck that doesn't have Karn to turn off part of the combo we're trying to do. That would be good. The deck I'm expecting that to happen from is going to be Eldrazi-tron, is the more expected Concrete Creator deck for us to face. There's a Chalice. We're on the draw. I think we could maybe keep this on the draw. All right, good luck and have fun. This, of course, is hoping to see second land naturally and not rely on the search. If my opponent goes Inquisition or Thoughtseize here, it's a little rough for us because we kind of want this search to do its thing. Oh, Gallagher, I'm sorry. I did not update us to the new Titania list. Oh, sweet. Right, suspense. See, this is a matchup where Chalice for 1 makes sense. It's very possible. Pluto Delta Breeding Pool tapped would make me think that the Chalice on 1 does something. Botanical Sanctum. Yeah, so it's blue-green fish. Chalice on 1 is actually a little weak against blue-green fish, though. I might not want to play it. Like, if anything, it's Chalice on 2 is more significant. Oh, wow, we drew on our 3rd Titania. Like, yes, we do want this card, but whew. Hoo-wee. All right. Let's at least make it so they're punished if, not punished, but just, well, yes, punished if they go to, yeah, I might just want to get the Chalice on 2. It'd be good for me to tag the Master, though. Not that I have an island, but tagging Master the Pearl Trident with my Prismatic is probably a good idea. It blocks. I don't know. I think I might just want to get the Chalice on 2. Speaker. Okay. Here's your 1-drops. We're more afraid of the 2-drops that they play. And I'm aware that I'm going to be turning off some of my top decks if I put the Chalice on 2, but I think I have to put the Chalice on 2. Blue gives us access to 4 of the cards in our list. White doesn't do anything. We're a single white list. We already have green, so let's get the island. Draw a card. Another search for tomorrow. Okay, that's actually... Well, no, we needed to draw a land if I want to put Chalice on 2. So I have Chalice on 1 and Prismatic the Speaker. That doesn't seem good enough. I mean, there's stuff in their deck I'm going to be turning off if I Chalice for 1. It's painful that I don't get to do it for the full value. They do sometimes run Vapor Snags, so the Chalice will be turning off some stuff. I think I maybe just need to Prismatic, though, the Speaker. If my line is to, well, I need to suspend this too, but I can't just not remove things. Actually, you know what? I think I'm supposed to ending the Master and hope they don't have another. Actually, I'm an idiot. I could have blocked the Silvergill earlier, and I didn't. I think I should have. Just little mistakes I'm making. Little mistakes. All right, so let's ending the Master and suspend the Searcher tomorrow. This is 1, 2 colors. Yeah, I think we just have to suspend this other search. Hope that we get the block off this time. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have gone and gotten the island, because I'm just like turning on their island walk, right? Like, yes, I have a few cards that are blue, but I don't think I should just turn on their island walk for them. We jam both in, we block the Silvergill, which maybe I should have done before. Don't have another 2-drop. Okay. Huh, they don't have another 2-drop. Okay, so Cavern lets me play the Chalice on 2, though. I think I'm supposed to. Like, Elemental. No fetch in my graveyard. And this is something I'm worried about, right? If we don't have Urza, this is getting countered. Okay. Actual factual counterspell. Okay. Actual factual. Yeah, I'm worried that. I mean, I'm not worried that the Titania won't resolve because we have Cavern. I'm worried that. And we do have our search coming up. I think I'll take it. I guess their hand is a bunch of answers, so we should just go back-to-back Titanias, right? Mutavault. We're in trouble that I don't have a fetch. Or the Zern or Master. Oh no, we're just dead, right? This is two 2-1s. I'm at 7. My best draw will be a fetch. Best draw in the deck is a fetch land. Eldritch. And this is an issue with the deck building, deck construction, right? I think I do need more fetches than I'm playing. I think already, yeah, it's modern Titania-mentals. I think already the gemstone could go. I think this is like cool in my head. It's gonna go. So that's one more fetch. And then does it really need to be this many forests? I guess it does because we're playing search. Yeah, we'll cut the gemstone and play another Misty Rainforest. That probably seems correct. I know, but like, yeah. There we go. More fetches. Just more fetches. It also makes the triomes more fetchable. Like, yes, I have a lot of lands that are naturally going to the bin, but we really want to grab a fetch with Titania, not this. I mean, I'll settle for a Saga, but we want to, yeah. Okay. Cool. The fact that we didn't get a land back here is just. I mean, granted, it's not like this draw was a draw of the Cavern, so like maybe there needs to be even more fetch than that. I mean, could I get away? Could I play search with only 4 basics? I wonder. That would be another Misty. The list just needs a certain number of. It just does. It needs a certain number of fetches to function. Because if we're not going to start making the elementals, I'm just dead. They also have the Mutavault. Both of my triomes also turn on Merfolk. Swing out, I block, we die. Excellent. I mean, not excellent. It's very sad, but that's just too bad. I mean, fish can just get you. I would. It says Pro Blue. This has applications here too. These both have applications here. The Chalice is weak. In fact, Merfolk sometimes runs Chalice of its own. So we cut it. Torment Script comes out. Settle. The winds can come in. Stony's probably not what we want to be doing. I don't think turning off their Aether Vial is worth turning off my Zern Orb. Prismatics are great here, ish. There's a lot of things that I like. We can cut the Endurance. Brontodon could even stay. Now we'll cut it. I'd rather have these. And then I have room for one thing. Not the Gym Racer, probably. Probably still Brontodon. It's a 3-drop. I mean, I might almost rather have the Flash on Endurance. I just want bodies that I can Eldritch. And Eldritch can be awkward. Opponent shows that they're playing straight up counterspell. Something to think about. Yeah, Endurance being a flash threat, I might be more interested. It's not like I'm going to trade the Brontoton with an Aether Vial, probably. I don't think I would. Let's run it back. Let's run it back. Us being on the play is going to be huge. Oh, there's the island, so we don't really get a choice. This hand's pretty bad. Not just because it has the island in it, but it's just like 2 voices I won't cast on time. Let's mulligan this. This hand's quite a bit better. The Metamorphose is just making the deck smaller, helping with color issues. So we do have some color issues, these cards. Or I predicted that the deck might have some color issues, so I shrunk it down and then added some Metamorphose. I was right that we're having some color issues with this prototype build. So not mistaken there. Alright, we'll keep here, and I think I tuck actually a search. I think we like the first search a lot, but right, suspend that, go. I can cast the Fiend Artisan off of this Metamorphose, or, I mean, this search is going to come down before we're ready to do this card, so maybe just basic Plains voice. And yeah, I should be careful to just go grab the, oh, they do nothing. Yeah, I should be cautious to go grab the island, obviously, but, like, thank you for typing that out. Type shit, dude. You have a 1-1. Might be more interested to play the Tangled. No, that's not true. That's not true. Opponent chose counterspell. Let's play voice. I don't want them to like counter my Searcher tomorrow or something. Cheeky. I don't think they would. They might gust it. I don't think they would counterspell it. Lord of Atlantis. I might want to do that, actually. Maybe that's wrong, but they're tapped out now. I mean, outside of Force, we're good. They might be playing Forces. Good to resolve our next thing. Seems like we're good to go. Another land, there's the give them Island Walk, right? So I kind of need to play my Triumph. I guess I don't need to. So I don't absolutely need to. Do we want to Morphos and see if we hit a different land other than the Triumph? Dude, like a Tangled and Fiend. I think I'm swinging. So they're not going to jam the Lord into the Fiend Artisan unless they have an Anthem. We can just cycle the Ketria Triumph. How close am I to just sacrificing this to the Fiend Artisan effect? Pretty close. Notice they're shocking in their breeding pool. Master, okay. No blocks. blocks. If we draw land, I almost could go grab... Huh, there's a few things I could go grab, maybe, even now. Oh, okay. He's dead. You're 9. Okay. So the last basic I have is island. I can't really afford to do that. Oops. I think I'm cycling this. Search. Oh boy. We're in trouble. I mean, they're at 9, sure, but they've got 3 3s. About to get bigger, maybe. If this is master, I have to converge this, which I don't think I'll be able to. Oh, Tide Shaper. Make a land and island. And it's also for as long as this is on the battlefield, right? Yeah. This is 6 I can't block. Go down 9. Silvergill. So I have to somehow, like, I think we're just dead. I have to, like, get rid of my own planes. I mean, I can do that with, like, the Zern orb off the top. Or just draw an island. We're just dead. They sneak past us. Sneaky fish. It's making me question the deck, right? Because it's like the best thing that we were doing, lethal. The best thing that we seemed to be doing against our Tron opponent, which wasn't enough, was just the Urza land. Urza go get Zern orb, but I don't know. It's a prototype. I'll work on it some more. I thought it was ready for league test. I mean, it was ready for league testing. It's just we're finding out that maybe it doesn't have the right pieces. I mean, unless both Tron and Fish seem to be difficult. I could see Fish being difficult. I think all those matches are just tough if I can't assemble Titania with the things. Like, it's cool. Like, I feel like this is a powerful thing to be doing in Modern right now, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't know if I have enough artifacts. I really don't, right? I'm just using it as a tutor for the... Like, I think my Hammer Time idea was maybe a better thought. I don't know if I'm in love, though, with playing, like, playing Hammer Time. I do think that deck's actually kind of cool, though. What's funny is, and this is just because of the streamer privileges, and I know that, right? So like even some of the latest, like you just slot Urza Saga into your Hammer Time list, boom, bada bing, do the things. I think this is a very powerful shell. I wonder why maps in the sideboard. Oops. I think it's just a very straightforward shell to put Urza Saga in because it's extra copies of the hammer, it's extra copies of Spear. Here they have it as an extra Tormod's Crypt, which is awesome. I think that's exactly what you want to do. Soul Guide Lantern. Yeah, almost card for card. It's really that simple, I think. Like, sure, you don't get to splash red. What do I think is the best composition? Thanks for that. Creeper Hunter. So what do I think is the best composition for Grixis Shadow? Play lots. Let's see. I don't know. I was watching a fellow streamer play against Shadow. I don't think it was of the Grixis variety, but it was a Shadow list nonetheless, and they just every time it seemed like they had the battle rage. The streamer I was watching, I hate looking at fun. The streamer I was watching, they were playing hardened scales, and yeah, there's just a lot of matchups where it seems important. So we've got the evolution, we've got creatures, we've got Saga. Let's keep it. All right, so humans over there. I'll probably just go get a Triome. This freebooter, see what's up. What's up, Bruce Spy? What are you doing? That's always the question, right? Often the question. So we're going to go Raugrin so I can play the Urza Saga and ending the freebooter. I think we want to ending the freebooter if they let us. I don't know if they will. They might take the ending. But that makes that decision easy. Then it's just I play the, yep. So that makes that decision simple. I just play the Hedron. So instead of getting Raugrin, I'm actually going to get the Ketria. So I can still play Saga. Ooh, Chalice. Chalice on 2, though, is where it's at for this matchup. Chalice on 1 is okay, but it doesn't stop enough stuff. Next turn we can Chalice for 2. It's another matchup where Chalice on 2 is where it's at, not Chalice on 1. Freebooter, maybe they take my Chalice. I guess if they take my Chalice, I might consider evolving into Omnath, right? You would evolve into Omnath, play land, fetch land. Yeah, we get to do all the things, right? Because Omnath is a silly magic card. Oh no, they took it. So they made it easy. Sorry, they did take the Eldritch. I thought they didn't for a second. So what are we looking for? Our best draw would be exactly another Eldritch Evolution, right? So green. The deck is certainly giving us Chalices. I would almost like to have a Chalice set to both sizes. I know we don't have that luxury. I think I'm just going to Chalice for Huffin. Maybe I should have done that before. Well, no, the reason I didn't was because we wanted to save the land for after the fact. Let's set this to 2. It does shut off quite a few things in their list. We're in trouble, though. I needed, like, the double freebooter. Oh, no, and then they drew 3rd land. Oh, boy. Yeah, this might just be over. I would assume a disruptive draw from humans and kind of a slowness from us would lose, right? That's pretty safe to say. They got 5 damage in the air. So Saga going down, we probably want to make 1 construct, even though they've got all flyers. That's really unfortunate that they have mono flyers over there. So yes, I'll go get the Zurin Orb. We certainly may be needing to use it for life gain. I can't put a Chalice on... I mean, they have Cavern of Souls now, too. They drew a Cavern so that the Chalice just does nothing, actually. These come out in this matchup, if you're wondering. We'll play Saga. Can't put the Kahira in my hand. We do get to sacrifice our Sagas to the Zurin Orb before they get sacrificed anyway. We float the mana or use or use their ability to make a construct. So, I mean, we've got a little bit of cushion here with the Zern Orb, but I think after a certain point, sacrificing lands is just not going to do it. This is going to get through the, that's fine. The Chalice is a deck card. Another flyer, oh boy. Humans, just going to fly right over. Almost wish I had my Gem Razor's main deck because they have reach. Just going to take it. Down to 7. So I drew Omnath, but I don't really have the colors to cast it. Do I have green, white, blue? This is where like a breeding pool would be needed. But what I can do is I can put the Kahira in my hand, which is actually better than just making a construct, I think. Yeah, they're all flying. We'll swing with the construct. Go get the other Triome so I can cast Omnath. We're just dead, right? Because I kind of need that fetch for the Omnath. I think just some of the things that we were trying to do are fighting against themselves. The Mantis. Like, I think we've got something cool going on here. I do think this is an interesting shell for Zurin Titania. I do think it's an interesting shell, but I think, I don't know, that might have just been an episode of we drew too much of a card that's very bad in that matchup. That was a little bit of what went down also against Merfolk. It's not like this is Legacy. Gem Razor comes in just because it has reach, maybe. Gargaroth has reach. You can have reach, but I don't know if I want you. We're definitely going to play the Winds. We're going to play the Settle. Alright, so what else comes out? Tormod's Crypt goes. Zern Orb stays. I think both Omnaths are fine. I don't think we have time to sit back on these. We'll cut the Endurance, I think. I don't know. That's close, actually. Yeah, actually, we cut Bronodon, right? Because Endurance draws a card with Risen Reef. I do think also that this could come out. I think maximizing the number of reach creatures, funny enough. I don't know. You saw it last game, and we have a bunch of reach creatures we can sideboard into. It's another reason to go with Endurance. Yeah, they just flew over me. That was kind of a lot of what happened there was they just flew over. This hand's a bit awkward. Kind of just needs one more land. I'm mulligan this. This hand could function. Put back the maybe I just put back the Risen Reef, actually. I wonder if I'm supposed to go tap land first, then Saga, then other land. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe I was supposed to go Saga. Sorry, Misty, then Saga, then Tangled. I can Prismatic that. Or I could play Voice. Kind of like playing Voice because they're not going to grow beyond. It's going to be a little painful. They're not going to grow beyond us getting to block Champion. Probably, unless they have double 1-drop after this Champion. That's not likely though. Yeah, we got some cool things going on, but I think, I don't know, against Tron we needed more Cavern of Souls. Against humans we needed more removal or more flyers or something. So they're going to grow, and they're going to take my what? Take my Metamorphosis? Nah, they take the Prismatic Ending, right? So they take Prismatic. If they swing or block, they don't swing. Search. Okay, so I can play Saga and just hardcast Search. Let's Morphos first, though, right? Well, no, we should. We want to save the Morphos for the Omnath, right? So let's just hardcast this. Swinging doesn't do all that much here. I probably want to be able to chump the champion. Maybe. It's nice that the token that Voice leaves behind is also an elemental. That is nice. I do think, similar to like Amulet Titan, because what I'm most interested in from the Urza Saga is just the tutor. So they're going to name Omnath here. Yeah, I'm more interested in the, I mean, I guess what we're doing now is making constructs, but I'm more interested in, well, a couple things. One, I do want to chump because I actually do hope to grow the token. We'll Metamorphose and hope to draw into something. Another Saga. Might be as good as it gets. Overpaid. Don't do that. Don't do that, Bruce Spy. They won't block here, and I'm not ready to block with this elemental. I need it to grow some more. I mean, we're going to get to make quite a few constructs. But that's like my problem. I think my concern is I wish we just had more meat. Yeah, we're losing this. I just wish we had more meat to the deck. But they bounced a construct instead of the elemental token. Huh. Take a bunch. Go down to 8. So before this goes away, I will make a construct. Look at this. This grows. Could gem raise. There's nothing to remove, though. I think I just brought it in because it adds reach, right? And I just hope that they don't have another Reflector Mage. Is that what I'm doing, or am I just making a construct? They have one flyer. We do also have some Zurin Orb action. So any subsequent Urza Sagas I play, I eat them and gain life off them instead of just letting them get destroyed. Yeah, I do wonder if I'm just making the construct or if I'm gem raising. Probably, they only have the one flyer. Probably just making the construct and have a good... a reasonable on the ground board. I mean, like the Champion of the Parish, though, is still quite big. I don't know, they just need like another Reflector Mage and we're probably out of this, right? Instead, it looks like they have Flyboy. Ooh, nope, it's an uncounterable Reflector Mage. That should seal the deal. should seal the game, right? And I know you're like, Bruce Spy, you're sitting here with this on Matthew K-Cast. I know. I probably should have gotten the Triumph earlier in the game, and I decided not to. Also, we took shock damage at one point, didn't I? In this Temple Garden at some point? I can't remember when it was. So we're certainly not making half the block. This would have been a different game if we could have gotten the Prismatic off. I guess I could have, right? Alright, so do we make or do we... I also don't have a second thing to search for, and I think it's important that you have a few things. I was considering like a random, I don't know, Mishra's Bauble or something. It is important that I have something to search for because it grows the constructs. Yeah, I have both Omnaths in my hand. I can't cast either because I didn't take a Triome. I'm learning lots of little things about the list, I think. Yeah, if I make a construct that I'm not playing the Gem Razor, but we're just dead anyway. Alright, sacrifice this, gain some life. Yeah, we need like a couple more targets. It's okay. We're learning a lot from this. It's one thing. Like I didn't throw away tickets. I did throw away points. Let's get our full money's worth as far as the testing. It's close, but no cigar. Back to the drawing board. I mean, we could sit there and say, ooh, Bruce Spy, like you didn't run into decks that care about Chalice. I mean, but that is what I would say. I would say, yeah, I didn't. I played against Merfolk and Humans, both of which, especially their legacy counterparts, well, Merfolk anyway, will play Chalice itself sometimes. So yeah, we got some work to do. We got some work to do. That's okay. It's still content. I'm not completely miserable about it. All right, this needs to be my last game for the night. So this does have a creature. It's the Kahira. This is us spinning our wheels. But you know what? I'll keep it because we've been having some mana issues, which makes me think we're also maybe just not running enough lands. All right, good luck, have fun. Mirror match, right? Not quite. Not quite. Ooh, that's a good draw. We already have our white source. I do think that playing out Voice against my Raugrin Triumph opponent supersedes playing my Urza Saga. We can wait on it. I may just want to go Urza Saga. Ooh, Vile? Okay. Yeah, we may just want to go Urza Saga, go get Kahira. I could just Eldritch for an Omnath here, though. It's so tempting. It's very tempting to just do that. Like, swing, go get Omnath. It might have a path, but it'll have drawn us. I don't know, but this line is not taking us to tutoring with the Urza Saga, though. Is this path that they're going and grabbing? I don't know if I want to draw the card anymore. Since they fetched, it looks like they're just setting up to path whatever I go grab. I might just get Voice again, because it looks like that's what's happening. It's very tempting to go grab an Omnath here, but I feel like this preemptive fetch kind of suggests path. I guess you could argue, no, Bruce Spy, they just didn't want to get Blood Mooned. Because I do have 2 basic forests. Let's just go for it. Don't have it. Don't have it, opponent. Don't have the obvious path. They might not. They did not. They did not. This could be cat combo. I wouldn't be surprised if it was cat combo. And ending the Aether Vial. We can kind of do all the things, actually. Because Search for Tomorrow is a silly card. Put the Kahira in my hand. That's kind of something. Well, maybe those were just tough matchups because it looks like we're doing our things. Looks like we're doing our thing. I love that we were able to prismatic the Aether Vial. That's pretty sweet. I do like that the searches have synergy for our Omnath. They shock, and then they play Magus of the Moon. It's fine. I have most of our basics in my hand. Soul Herder, draw cards. Yep. I kind of just want to get the sagas going, right? Like, we could do stuff with Windswept, like gain life and everything. It's not that important, I don't think. It's one thing if I had like another ramp spell, right, with this plus this fetch. I think we want to save that for that purpose. Good old Kahira. He's at +1/+1 vigilance. That's awesome. Synergy. We go to 7. Kahira is a cool companion for the elemental decks. It's a nice little anthem effect that they can always have. And there's a bunch of lands. I was sitting here thinking, man, we haven't put enough lands in this deck, but this game says otherwise. Oh no, my opponent is also double queued. That's not good. Oh, you know what? I missed a point of damage. I may have wanted to just make the construct because it would have grown my token. I'm sorry for that, folks. I did miss a point of damage there. Hope it's, yeah, hope it doesn't end up being relevant. That would be really upsetting if it ended up being relevant. Well, every life point is relevant, right, Bruce Spy? Right, guys? Charm Prince. Speaking of every point being relevant, another Aether Vial. Alright, so we do the Saga thing. We're going to gain more life. Do another Saga. Card's ridiculous. Make a construct. Go search for orb. So land doesn't do anything yet. I have enough mana to activate my Urza. Why don't we just play this tapped? Just gain some life. I don't care if they double block the Omni. I think they're at 13. If I swing out, how do they have to block? This plus this and this is lethal, but they'll just block Kahira. I am going to make another construct. So hang on, this is actually swinging 7 and 4. And the Kahira. Yeah, we get to eat up the Soul Herder finally, right? Because, well, no, they could block here, and then they'll block the Prince on this Elemental, and they take 5 almost lethal. Yeah, I don't know if I swing the Kahira. I think I'll swing like this. So I will do this. I will do this now because it grows one of the constructs that got through. Put them to 4. Okay. Let's not forget to sacrifice our Urza Sagas. We weren't able to sacrifice the first Urza Saga to the Zerranor, but we can on the second. It's like, but Bruce By, is gaining all this life really that important? No, not really. I mean, I'm sure there are matchups where all the inherent life gain, shenanigans we do is important. This is not that match. Yeah, I think we just need just a hair more of things. I mean, we could play, there's a very popular equipment that folks play, the Trample Lifelink one drop. It's a very popular equipment to play alongside Urza Saga. I have plenty of creatures. I think a piece of equipment might be smart. Watcher. Hey, let's do that. It's like Lifelink Trample. I think that might be a really good inclusion because I could see us going and getting it. Like if I don't have a clear way to get the Titania, I think Shadow Spear would actually be a really smart inclusion. That's actually a pretty common. Like yes, Hammer Time does it, but I think there are other decks that play Urzas that might consider this card. I think we should. We'll make room for it somehow. Alright, so they're playing like the Jeskai Cool Cats. They're combo cats over there. Forces? Nah. Just more creatures, maybe? I wouldn't mind Gem Razoring there. I do think that Chalice is weak in this matchup. They have a lot of different sizes. Gosh, another, like, maybe not great for Chalice matchup. Really losing. Like, this is where I really wish I had, like, another piece of equipment. Just another something. I don't need a ton of things to get with the Urza Sagas, but I do want the first couple to get something. I mean, maybe I should still play one Chalice. No, well, yeah, just, What does the first Chalice do? It just makes it so that Sagas get something? That seems, I don't know. Let's play Settle. Yeah, Prismatics are great. You keep all of them. Eldritches are good. Endurance, it's just the body. Doesn't really have implications. Brontodon might. I don't think I would trade it with the Aether Vial, though. But I don't want to cut all my 3-drops because they go and get Titania off of Eldritch. Alright, so which creatures are best? Probably Gargaroth. Elder Gargaroth. Questing Beast can hit the Saheeli. Probably want to be doing that instead of Ceratops. I mean, Ceratops can trample and hit the Saheeli. Maybe I shouldn't be playing the Endurance. Maybe I should just play the Ceratops. Gem Razor is another way to gain trample. I don't know. I mean, Endurance has more synergy in the deck with the Rizens and the Omnaths than the Brontodon does. I probably wouldn't Brontodon and Aether Vial. I don't think I would. I would maybe Ending an Aether Vial, but I don't think I would answer it a different way. Alright, Kahira was sweet last game. Let's do it. This is a mulligan, right? Or maybe not, actually. So hang on. So it, like, there's a real chance that I should consider the mulligan, but I could go Tangled, Island, Metamorphose into the Voice. I'm actually going to keep this. In part because we have the first game, but I was like, oh man, are they playing Rags? Oh boy. I was worried for a second there. Alright, so let's play this. Go. Our deck has a lot of 2-drops anyway, so I think it's fine if the Florahedron is a tap land in some instances. We kind of get away with it because we have an untapped land. Like, don't get me wrong, Urza Saga is pretty dumb, but like the rest of our deck needs to still be doing something. Double Aether Vial. Okay. Ooh, I kind of want to do that instead of Morphos into Voice, actually. So here's what we're going to do instead. I'm going to play, or I could play this out as ramp, but then they could go after it. I think I'm going to suspend, play another Tangled, actually. That changed our turn. Yeah. Suspending Search on turn 2 is not nearly as what's up, but Gallagher says your deck gives me an idea. Oh yeah? I just love to see us do the Titania thing once this league. I just don't know. I really like the inclusion of a Shadow Spear somewhere in our 75, though. I think that just needs to happen. I just need to have like a something to go, like a something that I can go and get. I'm not really interested in the whole permanence, lose indestructible hexproof. Really, I'm interested in the lifelink. I'm interested in the trample. I wonder if you could do something with Zern Orb, Titania, Faith's Reward. Ooh. Spicy. That sounds spicy. Oh, so what are you doing? Just Metamorphose into a Voice? Is that what I'm doing? Let's not forget about our companion. That's something else I could do this turn. I don't think I'm doing that. Another Voice? Oh, man. There's the Saga. A little late. I would have rather played that than my Island. Alright, Voice. What do you got? Nothing. I could play Titania next turn, but I'm not going to have a fetch again. But hopefully we're fixing that in the mana base. I'm hoping we're fixing that. I do wonder if we shouldn't play the playset of Tangled. I was wondering that from the very beginning when I first started adding them to the deck. So I think if I'm going to shave somewhere, it's maybe Tangled. I do like that it's on par with it's a 2-drop for the evolution. It does ramp us. It's there's a lot of things about it I like, but I think that's the first card I would start to slim on. So they're going to ephemerate here. Yep, lots of value happening. We don't win the value battle. I need to set up the Titania. So I need to get this Urza Saga going. I need to somehow live. I need to like win. I might need to just wins this Watcher or something. I don't know. I mean, that is another way we can win this game. If I can find more white sources, I could just overload the wins, and then we don't care about them having ephemerates. Don't counter my search. Don't counter my search for tomorrow. Search for tomorrow is kind of a cool card. It kind of flies under the radar. It sometimes gets played in like, Scape Shift decks. It's kind of cool that we get to play it here. All right, Raugrin. Okay, if that's our plan, to overload this, then I need to play the Triumph instead of my Saga, which is awkward because I need to set up for the Triumph, but I need to set up for this, right? So, I mean, another voice is not the worst thing I can be doing with my turn. If I played Saga, I could have put Kahira in my hand, but I think... Well, we have a game to give. We're putting something in. Skyclave. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're just on the please don't have full-blown cat combo next turn, and then we'll overload the winds. Yeah, just hope they don't have the full thing. The thing, though, is they have Aether Vials on relevant sizes, so I don't really get the full value out of... Yeah, I don't really get the full value out of the winds. Maybe I need to wait a little bit. I mean, we're dead if they had the cat combo anyway, right? So maybe I just need to wait a little. Gargaroth, that's awesome. Not quite enough mana to voice and also guard. I can voice and put Kahira in hand. I'm probably just supposed to play the Elder Gargaroth. I can't Skyclave it. Is another reason it's good. Even voice play well with Faith's Reward. You need a lot of mana. Lotus Cobra. Ooh, the Lotus Cobra. The Lotus Cobra. Too bad Lotus Cobra's not a beast. I believe it's a snake, yeah. It's too bad you're not a beast. So I could play you maybe and still keep Kahira. Solitude. Gain a bunch of life. Okay. Put some more creatures in. Let me Winds of Abandon you, please. Oh, Recruiter win the game. Yeah, Recruiter win the game also wins. Oh, Soul Herder. They chose Soul Herder, not cat combo. I guess that's fine though. Yeah, we're not gonna win this, right? Because they just get to put the Soul Herder in, or excuse me, they get to put. They're gonna want their value sooner than later though, because it's the end of their step. So no attack from Recruiter. I'll take 5. They're 21. They do want their Soul Herder value, right? So they are going to put it in now. But they have so many cards in their hand. Like even if I do wins here, I don't think it does enough. But we need to do something to buy time. Oh. Okay. So they're going to Solitude my Elemental, and they're going to Recruiter. All right. Well, let's overload this Winds of Abandon. I think I end up with a third card here. I'm gonna go get Cat. Kitty kitty meow. Lots and lots of counters. This does mean I'm not going to get to Kiki. Okay. Don't counter this, please. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It's actually not lethal immediately, just mostly. What if I should even hold a land? No. No, we don't hold a land. I don't have to crack that. I was thinking of holding lands just in my mind just due to things like Omnath, but they don't actually have immediately lethal necessarily. Oh, the Venser's super sweet. He's pretty sweet. It's only mostly lethal. They should be able to assemble like an infinite combo here, right? We know they have a Kiki-Jiki in their hand. Might be going to game 3 here, it looks like, folks. Put in Kiki-Jiki. Kiki-Jiki also just gives them resilience to the Winds of Abandon. Nope, Kiki, go get Recruiter. Recruiter, go get Cat. Cat, do combo with Kiki. Oh, or Avalanche Riders, okay. Just blow up all my white sources or something. Try them down. Swing lots of damage. Am I dead? Nearly. Nearly dead. Soul Herder blinks the Kiki. Kiki being untapped gives them access to the Venser. Bounce the Riders, blow up another one of my lands. Seems good. White source down, white source down. Go after my Urza Saga. Yep. Terminus off the top, right? For us. Metamorphose. It's part of the equation, right? No, I think they blew up. They blew up too much. Ooh, I should have floated so that I could have Omnathed, right? We'll beat him this next game. We'll get him next time. Aether Vial was quite good for them there. It makes me wonder if I want Stony, but I think I don't. I think we should be doing Pithing Needle, actually, instead of Stony. I know it's awkward with the Chalices on one, but I do think that Needle is good right now. We could play like Revoker, even. Not that it's an Urza Saga target. It is just, it's a creature. It's unfortunate that it would turn off Kahira, though, so there's things to think about there. Let's run it back. I think I like this config. Oh, no, we're going to cut a Flora. So actually that gives me the Bront. Submit. Okay, we're going to be playing only 3 Tangleds in the future. So let's start that change now. Just bring in our other 3-drop that we can evolution. Like, they're not really interacting with my evolution outside of Venser. That was unfortunate that they happen to have it. I mean, they might be playing Subtlety. I don't think they will be, but maybe. That was jam. Yeah, so one less land overall. Sand is fine. Doesn't have a saga though, but we'll do it. We'll do it up. We probably aren't playing this as a land drop. We probably want to use it as ramp, right? And I might just want to go Misty, go get a Triome, actually. Misty, Triome for white, because we have Settle. Settle's only so good in this matchup, admittedly, because my opponent doesn't necessarily attack with everything that they're putting into play. I think we bring it in anyways, but just something to think about. Just thinks. I'm hoping for land. It's not quite the land we're hoping for, but we'll take it. Play and green Bront, I think, just for mana efficiency sake. We have enough mana for the Settle the Wreckage now. We have good blocks. Their deck plays very different without Aether Vial. It's probably Recruiter. Okay. Skyclave, huh? Okay. Ooh, Zurin Orb, we're so close. We're not going to get there again. Do I have 3 green sources? I do. So green, this is a white source. This is going to be green. So Fiend Artisan, Voice. I'm supposed to play Voice first, actually, maybe, because I don't know, Solitude on my Fiend Artisan, maybe. Swings. And there's a fetch in the graveyard. Oh, come on, let's get there. Come on, deck. One more land, please. I don't really care what they do to my board at all. I just hope they don't kill my Zurin Orb. But maybe that's what they're gonna... Actually, did I need to play that out yet? I didn't need to. I got all excited about it. I don't think I was supposed to play it out yet, because Skyclave. That was dumb of me. Maybe they'll be perceptive and hit my Titania. I mean, she's still very strong, even if they... That's the thing, is we're sitting here like, okay, we have to assemble Zurin plus... We don't. That... Oh, what are we hitting? They exiled their Skyclave to Solitude my... Okay. Do you have an Ephemerate? This line only makes sense if they have Ephemerate. Which they do. Hit my Voice now. So now it's a little awkward if I go for if I go for Titania, just because they're going to get the Solitude. One more time off of this. I might just want to weather the storm and just sit on Settle the Wreckage, or yeah, I might just want to swing, not play my Titania into this. I guess I could Evolution. What would I even go get, right? Oh, I could kill the Solitude, but then they just blink Recruiter. I could kill Recruiter, but then they just blink Solitude. Either way, it's kind of bad news for us. Well, let's get our swing on, because that's free. I think there's a non-zero chance they might attack into this Settle of mine. The better line, though, probably is just to kill the Solitude. It's probably still just best to kill Solitude. Don't counter this. I think I'm supposed to kill Solitude. Oh, yeah, they're tapped out. Just making sure there's nothing else. I mean, like, yeah, there's the Gargaroth, but like, yes, Gargaroth, but I think I gotta take this out. All right, well, we've done it. There's Omnath. Here's Titania. One more land. We get there. And you're like, well, we'll get there how? What? No, it's just there's synergy. We get the forest. Sorry, we get the Misty Rainforest back. So they're going to ephemerate their Imperial Recruiter, or do you ephemerate the Watcher? Probably Imperial Recruiter. That's probably what they're going to do. I think you ephemerate the Recruiter, right? Ephemerate makes for some really interesting modern brews, for sure. Yeah, so you're going to go Recruiter. I agree with that. But yeah, their deck does feel very different when it doesn't have an Aether Vial draw, or somebody, you know, Thought Seizes, or removes. Soul Herder's great. Just need a land. We could still lose even with land. No attacks. Fruit again. Oh, Titania. Hopefully they don't set up for the Wombo. Titania also can't get hit by Skyclave. Oh yeah, I could have gone for Titania, I suppose, off of the tutor, right? Because she doesn't get hit by Endurance, flashy Endurance. Can't imagine. There could be this block, but then they lose their Recruiter. I doubt they would do that, though. They do it. I think we're okay with it, right? So am I just flashing in Endurance instead of... It's fine. Yeah, am I just flashing in this Endurance? Or maybe settling the Soul Herder? I mean, Soul Herder is very important. I wouldn't mind settling the Wreckage on that card. It's very important to get rid of it. They might have another Ephemerate, though. Well, I guess I'm on the flashing in endurance plan, or no, we probably would just flash in endurance and then try to eat up the soul herder that way. Skyclave. Okay. Yeah, this might be completely safe for them. Gosh, and now we're back to needing a land again. It's up to. There's some solid cards here. Don't really want these to go back in. For them. I don't really want to shuffle. I mean, I guess I could shuffle back in my Omnath, but I need a fetch for Titania, so I don't think I want to do any. Block? Okay. Charming Prince there was kind of cute, right? You don't get to Apparition the Illusion, but they do take my Precious Zern Orb. But we're so far now from the Titania, right? Like, I need 2 more lands. I actually did cut a land just because I want to see how the deck operates on 3 Tangleds, but it might not be enough mana, but let's see. I don't know, that's 25 cards in the deck dedicated to mana, and it also has Metamorphose. I think that's plenty. There have been several games where we flooded, so I think it's just a coinky-dink that we are stuck here, kind of hoping for land. We draw it. Oh, Flux with the 24 months of subbing. Thanks for that, friend. I'm sure they're like, why is this guy thinking he can raise? Thank you so much for that, Flux. Sure. My opponent is in the red zone on their clock, but I think we're going to lose this, folks. Yeah, their deck's a lot of value. I kind of need to do my combo kill, and I can't anymore because we lost the orb. I didn't need to put the orb in. Earlier I was thinking to myself, why did I put the orb in? I don't think I'm supposed to. It's not like I searched it off of... yeah, it's not as if I searched for it off of Urza Saga and I didn't have a choice. Like, we naturaled it. Yeah, we're not going to win this. Alright. Well, I'm tired, so I'm not going to drop, though. We'll finish playing this, but I think little adjustments, like another something that Urza Saga can get. I think 1 less land. I think like the mana, like it's like we're either flooding or we're not having enough land. So I think that we're not having enough land is actually evidence that maybe I'm just not knowing which opening hands to keep, perhaps. Yeah, I do think that the Tangleds, I don't know, like Tangled, sure, like it's we want to be playing it as a mana dork that's also an evolution target, that's also sometimes a land drop. I get it, right? We get to still play Kahira. I think I want to continue to test these. I think 4 was too many, though. So I think we want to pick up some Misty Rainforests. Yeah, just more fetches. Well, maybe that's too much change all at once. I do think it was right to cut the Cavern, but I don't know, maybe even 24 mana source is correct for this list, which would be 3 Tangleds. I don't know. We need to be careful as using these as like sometimes we need to use them as a land drop right against enemies against opponents that will certainly. Yeah, maybe we only want 24 cards dedicated to the mana. So maybe we cut one more Tangled. I like it in theory, but it's not my only ramp, right? We do have these searches, so I'm not married to them. What about Dryad? Is Dryad one of these types, though? I don't think it is. I'm still trying to play Kahira. I thought Dryad was, yeah, Nymph Dryad. I'm trying to stay... We could play like a Changeling. I don't have to play... Oops. I don't have to play... Like, we could play a Changeling, too. Like, I don't have to play necessarily... Yeah, I'm with you, Gallagher. I don't have to necessarily stick to the Kahira. I kind of want to, though. I do like that it's an Anthem and that it paints everything with, even the tokens from Titania with... I don't know. Like, I think, and I'm sure, like, Bruce By, isn't there a glaring issue here? The Shadow Spear, despite Chalice. I know, but I want something else we can get. And I think I shouldn't be so afraid of, like, a couple ones. Because there's some powerful CMC1 artifacts we could be playing despite the Chalices. Because Urza Saga sneaks these under the Chalice on one. And we're siding out the Chalice quite a few times. Tonight we were anyways. Which, again, makes me wonder if this... Like, I was excited about this, and then we didn't play against any Prowess. We didn't play against any Titan, any of the Cascade decks. The decks that I was really thinking that a Chalice build would be sweet. We didn't run into them. What are the types? So it's Nightmare, Cat, Elemental, Dinosaur, Beast. All the creatures I'm running so far do synergize. I'd like to continue to do that. Yeah, even down to like the Bronodon and the Questing Beast. They're Gem Razors, they're beasts. Yeah, I think we have too many lands. I think we have too many. Are there any adventure cards that are on those creature types? I don't think there are. There's like the guy that makes tokens. It seems bad. I don't think there are any relevant adventures in our colors. That's a tree folk. Elf druid. I don't know. I just don't even know, like, where to start, I guess. And I'm sure, like, Bruce By, if it's just one card, why don't you just take one of the sideboard cards, put it in the main? We could do that. We could. What were the issues? I wasn't interacting enough, so I wonder if I should also have, like, an engineered explosives. Again, it's another, like, I feel like I'm not running enough artifacts for the Urza Sagas to be happy. So I think going in that direction is right. Yeah. Funny enough, I could play Arcbound Ravager in this. I don't plan to. And again, maybe I'm adjusting the mana too much. Like maybe it was happy with the 3 of Tangled, because it was helping my creature count stay high. Maybe just hang on. Let's make smaller changes at first. So we were playing a play set for this league. Let's try a 3 of, and let's add one more fetch, because Titania likes fetches. We had like one game where I drew all 3 Titanias. It was so awkward. I'd almost like just another Cavern. We did come up against a blue deck. A couple of blue decks, actually. People are just like, they're loving their counterspells. I think they're throwing counterspell into lists that maybe don't even want it. Like, we played against a blue-green fish that we died more so because they were getting Island Walk, less so. I mean, yeah, I didn't assemble my Titania plus Zern Orb. Now, what are we assembling? We are getting the Zern Orb off. We are. But what am I not assembling? I'm not assembling the Titania part of that Wombo. And again, like what's cool about Urza Saga doing this, both sides of this could be uncounterable. Let me explain. Urza Saga sneaks us onto the battlefield. Like I don't think, I mean with like voices as well, I don't think that I care all that much about the blue decks. Like me respecting them a little bit more would be Cavern of Souls, number 2. I do think that we have quite a few creature cards. I mean, like second Cavern, yes, is awkward with evolution, like yes, but I think between Morphos, this fixing, you know, Yavimaya, Double Force, I think we'll still cast these. So I think maybe second Cavern. It was the same. That was the same number of caverns we came to with our other deck. And again, maybe instead of the Fiend Artisan, we just play the 4th Titania. All right, if you're playing Saga, what do you think about an Excavator? Ooh, is Excavator a beast? I thought he was a snake. And again, I may move away from the Kahira because it gives us a lot of, yeah, it's a Naga Cleric. It gives us a lot more flexibility, big loss. You know what? No. I like the Fiend Artisan. Never mind. No. We like this. We're gonna keep testing this. I think 3 Titanias. I think 3. Yeah, especially with like Metamorphose shrinking the deck, our deck size, kind of. I think 3. I don't know if there's a lot of blue decks to be had. It might not be crazy for me to lean more in the direction of Titania, just having the Titanias, just slamming Titanias. Loris, a cat and a nightmare does do much, but replay voice. Yeah. We have to like move into baubles. Yeah, I mean Loris could be in the main board, and you still have Kahira as a. Yeah, that's true. Bauble is something else I can get off of the Urza Saga. I will say this. I think one of the reasons why we don't see people doing Titania plus Saga is while it seems like there's synergy because these sacrifice themselves. She wants cards, lands to go to the graveyard. I'm either ramping too much or I'm not ramping enough. I'm not seeing the Titania, and in the matchups where I could have seen Titania like off of Evolution, we were up against blue decks and they were countering the Evolution. I do think that Caverns plus Titania is just a safer way forward. If there is a lot of blue decks, it's like weird to cut the evolutions because these give us access to like the endurance, the Brontodon and such. But I wonder if instead of fooling around with like Fiend Artisan and all that, maybe I should just be playing the 4th Titania and a 2nd Cavern of Souls. That would make us better against blue decks. Because then kind of both sides of our combo aren't counterable, right? Like we just play a Saga, it's going to end up getting us the orb. We try to cast, you know, all these Titanias. Yeah, I mean between 4 Titania and 4 Eldritch, you know, that's a lot of access to this. Yeah, I think the Fiend Artisan was kind of adorable. I thought it was neat. It was cool because it, you know, was on. And I think I'd rather just play the Omnaths or these, because the synergy we had. What was it? What was the other synergy piece? These, yeah. These 4 have synergy with the Titania as we do the things, right? Titania gets back a land, synergy here. As we make elemental tokens, we draw more cards. I think there's some neat stuff happening there, but I wonder if there's just not room for it, you know. But we do need a certain number of 3-drops. I want the 3-drops. I mean, like maybe Risen Reef is worse than just doing Loris and like seriously, like maybe the first Loris is better than the second Risen Reef. Because like yes. You could say that about Luris. Oh, all he's doing is doing that. How much is Luris? Because I'm almost maxed out on our budget. I might not have enough to get both a Cavern and also. Let's see how much monies we have. Loan program. I have 37 tickets remaining. How much is Luris? Luris of the Dream Den is 8 tickets. 10 if you want the promo. Okay. Cavern of Souls. Oh wow, they've gone up. I could get both if I don't get the fancy lures. It looks like I have enough. Wait, maybe even if I do get the fancy lures. No, we're cutting it close. Subtotal's 35. My budget is 37 left. So yeah, we could do that, and I could even squeeze in the extra Titania. Oh no, I need another Misty though. I mean, it's minimal. That the only benefit of it being Misty is the island. I'd like to play with the right fetches though. Hang on, hold up. Let's not be so hasty to just wham jam slam another cavern into the deck. Let's maybe go Misty. And actually, I think even though it does have anti-synergy for the Chalice on 1, I think I'm actually going to play an Expedition map. That's actually very normal technology for these decks. It just is. It's normal in your... because I need the Urza Sagas to not make us go down a land. You get a fancy Expedition map. They're very expensive though. The promo version. I think that puts me over. And is also kind of irrelevant. Or guys, we could have fancy lures, which is also foolish. Right? Isn't that just silly? We'd match the hero then. But we would also need to play a Mishra's Bauble, so hold on. I don't think I have a Bauble. Yeah, I don't have one. Because none of these cantrip, right? The Crypt, Spear, Serin Orb. But I feel like then we're starting to finally have more so the right number of artifacts. I'm not surprised these are super expensive. They're pretty looking. It does not surprise me. Oh wow, Mishra's Baubles are really expensive. That's so funny. It's like 40 tickets to get one, so I can't actually have all the things. Alright, hold up. So maybe not Luris, but... hold on. Maybe not Luris. They're like 20 bucks. Now they're 40 tickets. I do like just having the 4 Titania because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to do this plus this. Yeah, let's not be hasty to cut too many lands. I think the Expedition map is kind of another pseudo land. I'm okay with a couple of cards being duds. Like if Chalice on 1 is good, I don't mind drawing the Spear or the Expedition map. Oh, you mean in cash? Yeah, I got you. Let's cut the Bauble. So we have Chalice for 0. Yeah, now we have enough searches, I think, for Saga. We have Chalice for 0, or Map, or Crypt, or Orb, or Shadow Sphere. I mean, I do really like the Tangled is ramp or land drop. It just stinks that it's tapped land. Like, we have a lot of tapped lands, is the issue with the Tangleds. Maybe the 2 of is actually correct. How many lands is this? I think I would just want more fast lands, actually. Could even be Third Forest. I don't think that's right, though. I think just maybe we were considering 2 Misty Rainforests. Additional rainforests. I mean, we just need a certain number of fetches. That's going to make us able to find our triomes more often. Because turn 1 triome is pretty common for us if we aren't searching. That's 20 lands plus the searches plus the map now. Plus, like, so I have 25 cards that are dedicated to mana. Plus Metamorphosis, Shrink the deck. Actually, I'm sorry, it's more than that. I have 27 cards dedicated to mana plus the Morphosis. Like I think it's a no-brainer why we look like we were flooding or not have. I mean, like the games where we didn't have enough mana, so be it. Another cool idea would be Ancient Green Warden. With Mihiri's Lithowarming. Oh yeah. This is the you may play lands from your graveyard. I wish if a land entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control. I wish. I don't think. Like yes, there's synergy. Okay, so Green Warden has synergy with. Okay, so Green Warden does have synergy with the Omnaths and whatever number of Risen Wreaths we end up with. Like these guys do have synergy together. But I think okay, yes, the deck is already in the magical Christmas land status. Yes, like we want to face opponents that Chalice is good against. We didn't during this league, but I think they're out there. They're certainly out there. Matchups where the Chalice is good. Just not tonight. Tapped. These are tapped lands. I'm going to start putting these in this pile, actually. I feel like that's what we're doing with them often. These are 1-drops, so just put chunk everybody here, use zeros. Alright, Green Warden gets Saga to Chapter 2 right away, too. If a land entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. But here's the next question. Would I evolution for it? I don't think I would, right? Like let's look at the deck together. I don't think I would, right? Because what 4-drops am I playing that would turn into the Green Warden? So a couple issues. I think that's a neat idea, but I need more 3-drops. I'm not saying it's Risen Reef. I could play like I was actually initially thinking about Revelark, or not Revelark. Actually, it's an elemental. And again, maybe 4 Titanias is still wrong. It's mostly just a combo of Green Warden and Litho. I don't know if I know Litho off the top of my head. Revelark. This should have pulled up a Reveal Arc, right? I'm spelling it wrong somewhere. Is it IE? Reveal Arc? EI. There we go. Power 2 or less, so it hits. What does it hit? What does it not hit? Doesn't hit, doesn't hit. Hits here, hits here. Doesn't hit. It doesn't hit in too many places. Does lithoforming do anything on its own? Well, no, this is just you may play lands from your graveyard. It doesn't let me return all the lands from my graveyard Gallagher. Also not in that much red. I'm with you, though. Maybe there's a way you could do something somewhere, somehow. Alright, so let's be brave. Let's play 3 Titanias. Just because this league went wrong doesn't mean that 3 was wrong. We just... Because there was that one game where I kept drawing Titanias. It's like, dang it, I'm not ready for you. It does. It says you get an extra land drop for each sacked land. Oh, on the lithoforming? Oh yeah, lands, no. You may play X additional lands this turn. Yeah, so but how much mana though do I have to pump into the lithoforming, my friend? Like how much mana? I'm even having trouble doing the 5 for Titania. Granted, like we were getting disrupted. But yeah, I was even having trouble doing a 5-mana spell. Like how much are we doing here? I mean, 5 is a draw 3. Do things. Feel like a lot. 6 mana. Okay, so we need to pay the 6 mana to play out the 5/7. Sack 4 lands, replay 4 lands, draw 4 cards. No, I mean it's there's something to it. I mean, I did feel like we were running out, which makes me think we should just be playing more Reef. Reef does have natural synergy with the Titania. Reef is a 3-drop to be evolutioned to find Titania. I think we're playing a healthy number of 2s. I mean, that was the reason why I wanted more Tangleds, because I felt like we didn't have enough 2-drops. So a lot of pieces to balance, as you can see. And maybe, like, as good as Chalice on 1 might be, maybe this isn't a playset of Chalice. Right? They're kind of legendary because I really just want to set 1 to on 1. Now, granted, you might be sitting there like, but Bruce Spy, if you're going to play Chalice, don't you need to commit to the playset? Maybe not. It kind of hurt us today, but I think that was mostly just because we ran into opponents that didn't care about Chalice either at all or didn't care about it on what we were trying to set it to. Maybe 3rd Risen Reef and 3rd Tangled. There's another cool combo with Titania if you're in black. Is it the enchantment? Which am I dedicating to that? 24. 28. World Shaper play God Eternal Bantu, sack all your lands, and the World Shaper get all your lands back. Shaper was the 6-drop we were talking about earlier, right? No, we were talking about Green Warden. Oh, when this die. Yeah. Return all lands to your graveyard? Yeah. I know, we were trying to be creative and then I threw away our monies. The creature count just feels a little dangerously low to me to be an Eldritch deck too. Just another thing on my mind. I mean, granted, the Morphoses like do let us draw to them. I mean, maybe we're at a point finally where I don't need this crutch. I did feel like we didn't need the Morphos as much. Like, I wanted to play with Morphos originally because of the sagas. I actually don't think our colors were as bad as I thought they were going to be. So maybe that was another oversight. Like, I was looking at Omnath and thinking to myself, wow, like, we're going to have a hard time casting this. I think we do, and I don't think that the Metamorphoses are necessarily the right solution. Because Risen Reefs stack on top of themselves. I do just need a lot more 3-drops, right? They replace themselves. We don't mind too much to evolve 1. Yeah. So I'm just thinking out loud and wondering if that was an oversight. I mean, that is a lot of cards dedicated to mana, but I think, I don't know, 29? Yeah, it's just making me think, that's all, just making me think that we're not running enough land, or we're running too much land. That would be 19 maybe, if you run the play set of floors. Big Law says, all the decks I see are playing 3 ending. Is 4 too many? What's the scoop? I like the playset here because we're a Chalice of the Void deck. I do think going down to 3 Chalices might even be better now that we're messing around with map, we're messing around with Shadow Spear, which are pretty normal Urza Saga targets. So it's not anything out of the ordinary. I'm sure you're like, but Bruce, by cutting lands, but you just cut the Metamorphoses, and yeah, like that's true. I mean, like, even just like doing a land count and not thinking about map, not thinking about Search for Tomorrow, I'm looking at 23, but a bunch of them are tapped. Yeah, no, we probably shouldn't play the playset of Tangled. That's so many tapped lands. Give me, well, but like the Tangled is ramp though, and also Evolution Food. Maybe it's right. You can see trimming for Pridemate. I think the first Pridemate could be fine. Kind of fulfilling a similar role as the Brontodon. I was considering a Pride because it worked with Kahira. So you like a Pridemate? Let's cut these Morphoses. I'm actually going to cut the fourth Chalice. I mean, it's a cat, so it doesn't have synergy for Risen, though. But neither does the Bront. Neither does Bront. I just wish there was like another elemental that we wanted. We could play more Omnaths. I kind of want it to be Eldritch Food, though. That's all I wish. I just wish there was like another. I can't play more Endurances just because they're expensive. It would be Endurance, right? I would just play Endurance. There's like a random 1-drop. Well, I don't really want a 1-drop elemental. There's the Evoke 4-drop. Evoke, destroy an enchantment. I was originally going to play that card and then I cut it, and I wonder if that was maybe a mistake. This is the Foundation Breaker. That was going to be my other 4-drop originally, the Breaker. I cut it, but maybe that was wrong. I do think that destroying enchantments or artifacts is just really good right now. It's kind of cool that this build would just naturally have a lot of that in the main board if we did it like so. But we don't mind because they're just Eldritch Food. It's too bad I can't play Scavenging Ooze. There's a lot of great cards I would love to play. They're just outside of what Kahira can do. I mean, there are the Changelings. There's the 2-drop Changeling that counts as an elemental. I have to have a creature in the bin, but like that would let me Eldritch a. That might be better than the Pride Mage, actually. Hold on, because that would let me Eldritch Evolution a Voice of Resurgence token. It would let me, yeah, the Vandal. Maybe we just play Masked Vandal. That's a 5th. That's another, like, we like that it's an elemental. There's also Mirror Entity. I don't think we want to go that deep, though. I think we're still better off with other things. But food for thought. Those are both elementals that kind of aid in some of our plans. I think the Masked Vandal is actually kind of nice. In some ways, I think I like it better than the. We can still run Kahira, right? Yeah, cool. Like even though changelings count as all creature types, it's nice that you still get to play them alongside Kahira. Because yeah, I mean, Masked Vandal is all those things. It's not it's also other things than that. But it makes sense that the changelings still work with Kahira. All right, what about Flamekin Harbinger? What about just that other one that's just like, if the top card is an elemental, you can play it? Like, what if we just played the other, maybe not entity in this deck, but what about just Realm Walker? We've played Realm Walker before. Makes our fetching better, makes our tutors better. How much synergy do we have for that, though? We might have enough. So okay, the Realm Walker would be in play, right? And I do think we prefer Brontodon over Kasali, just because it's a 3-drop. I like that Masked Vandal doesn't have to. And anyway, 13, 16. So 16. Oh wait, it's better than that if we play the Floras. 20. So a third of our deck would work with the Singleton Realm Walker, the first Realm Walker. Smoke Brigadier would let you turn 3 the Omnath of Titania. Oh. Isn't that just for red mana though? That also begs the question, do I have enough elementals to consider different lands? Oh yeah, it does. It's any combination of colors. I mean, I'd like to just let the Triomes do the heavy lifting and the Search for Tomorrows do the heavy lifting of fixing us into the right colors. Both my Triomes are red, and then I can get the island or the plains. I'd rather solve it that way. The place at Arisen Reef makes me feel more confident about the Tangleds. Oh, let's get these cards. I think this actually might be a better direction to start. So one Misty, not an extra Titania. Shadow Spear. Shadow Spears aren't all that expensive. The promo is. I guess we could get the promo, but I think it's unnecessary. Expedition Map. Masked Vandal. Foundation Breaker. Very cheap. Risen Reef. Risen to the Reef. 2 more. Realm Walker. It is little tweaks because little tweaks at first because I think this is still kind of close to what I was trying to do. Do I have enough budget for the second counter? I don't think so, actually. Nope. All right. Oh, excuse me, folks. I do just like having Chalice to be able to go get 0, put it on 0, because there are the Cascade decks. So I think, like, Chalice is trying to pull double duty. It's not here just for putting it on 1. It is also here for being set to 0. So let's not forget that it is an Urza Saga target, because there are matchups where we want it on 0. No, 0's here actually 1s. It's 2. I think there's a reasonable chance we want it as the creature mode. Pretty often. This can be evoked on 2, but let's not forget it's a 4-drop. The Chalices are kind of legendary in a sense. I think the 3 of actually might be legit. Might be. These are tap lands, put them there. Make an argument that these are here as well. But we'll do this. Yeah, I think we're starting to see enough synergy. I mean, like, running more Risen Reefs also just increases the number of elementals in the deck, and we're at 21 elementals in the deck with the 2 changelings. So that's neat. Yeah, that's neat. A couple of Omnaths, just so that we have powerful things for me to turn our 2s into. I was originally just going to play 2 Locus of Creations, but I do think that Locus of the Royal does have some play here. I think there's some synergy for it, so I don't mind the split. Normally, I would kind of raise a red flag at that split, but I like the split in this case. There she is. Is there an orb? All right, let's do a quick goldfish, and then I'm gonna fall asleep. It's very early for me, folks. Thanks for coming, though. This has been a fun little stream. I just want to see some of the lines, if there are lines. Oh, we can probably keep this. It's missing white mana, but I actually don't know if that matters too much. Double Tangled, I probably should play one as a land drop. Saga Tangled. Saga goes up. Let's go Elemental. You play Omnath, right? Right? Oh, I can't. We would have needed to play the island earlier. Okay, so we could either make a construct or we play the Risen Reef. I think we play the Risen Reef. So do we want to... We're certainly going to float, but am I making the construct or am I floating? I think I just float. I think we're happy with this just going and tutoring up, because I have the evolution. I could go, yeah, we have the Wombo. We already have it. Watch. But again, this is against no disruption. Sorry, that was weird the way I said that. This is against no disrupting. I guess I could even have voice. Yeah, I could have voice also. Shadow Spirit in my hand, cool. Green, green. Evolution, the Risen Reef. Go get Titania. And then we get the Urza Saga back. Love that synergy and that awesome. All right, so we didn't make a single construct, and I think that's fine. That it's just, yeah, I like that it sacrificed itself, because we didn't have a fetch land draw. But anyway, so Titania's on the table. We wait till their end step. Let's put a stop there. So during my opponent's end step, oh, I meant to play out the Shadow Sphere. It's fine. But during my opponent's end step, I would what? I mean, however many of these we need. I definitely meant to play the Shadow Spear, but I mean, you could make as many as you want. So this could just be this many elementals. Gain a bunch of life. Swing. The equip on that's 2. But anyway, swing everybody, lots of damage. Cool. That's what the deck was trying to do in this league, but I mean, I think it wasn't as streamlined as this. Maybe is now, perhaps. So keep. I think it's just there's straightforward turns. In theory. So if you just drew Omnath, maybe I'm supposed to shock and suspend. Now we slam a Jamma. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I think this is fine. I'll put the Chalice on 1. Oh no, I cut myself off 2 of my cards. It's okay. It's really okay. So I'm not going to be able to cast the Omnath here because I didn't go for the Misty into Triland, but I can fetch up a red source now. Probably Triome. Alright, Risen Reef. Okay. Land. Well, I didn't have an Urza, so the Titania is only so good. I also just messed up. I was supposed to play Omnath first, then, because I had white. Yeah, we had alright colors. I just messed up there. That's okay. What am I going to do instead? Maybe Voice? Sorry, maybe Risen Reef Voice. So let me go ahead and do this. Saga. Sweet. Another Chalice. Just set a Chalice to 0, just to see if we get punished for that too. So I do want to see if that punishes us from time to time. Alright, Saga on 2, play another Saga. Well, wait. So, I mean, these are going to start sacrificing themselves. Do we want to play Titania? Because this is going to sacrifice itself next turn. I think I do want to play the Titania. It even triggers the Risen. She even triggers the Risen. She triggers the Risen Reef. Get this back. That's true. We also have fetches, so kind of going off here. All right, so we do get punished, by the way, for me playing this on 0. But maybe it was a matchup where this on 0 was relevant. Like Titan, we would want this on 0, though I wouldn't have played the Chalice on 1. I mean, I don't think it matters. Like during their end step. Or even right now, like I get the Elemental, we draw some more cards. Yep. We get this, suspend. I can't. Can I cast something here? Doesn't look like I can, but I don't think it would matter. I feel like this is just so much value. So I think we were wrong to not just try the playset of Risen Reefs, float, or make a construct. I might just make a construct. No, we float, right? We have a lot of things in hand to do. No, I think I make the construct. Mitsa plays with the raid. You're also thrashing Bronto, your own. Alright, we'll concede here. So there's lots of things happening that definitely... I mean, we're doing very little interacting, right? It's pretty much just the Converge spell and just the... keep this, yeah. So I can go turn 1 map, turn 2 Chalice on 1. Sweet. Classical, you know, Eldrazi kind of play, right? I'm going to go greed here. I'm going to go full greed. Nah, we shouldn't go full greed. I can't cast the Risen Wraith. Yeah, let's go full greed. Set the Chalice to 1. Drew another Chalice. Play this as a tapped land? Or is it go get Triome? Play Triome. Might be go get Triome. Play Triome. And which Triome? I'm more interested in green, right? So instead, and I already have a single white, so we actually get the Ketria. Play. Second Titania drawn. Okay. You just play Risen Wraith, or do you go Voice? I guess it would depend on what my opponent's up to if I would go Voice next. Probably it would, in many matchups I would go Voice next, because even if what they have is a removal spell, speaking of removal spell for the Titania, alright, I guess I'll go Risen Wraith now. No. We're missing land drops. Let's cast and play. There we go. See, now we're learning. There we go. Look at us. Look at us learning how to play this card, maybe. Probably. Because there's a fetch, right? So we just go for this. They counter it, so what? We got a token. And we have a backup Titania. Swingage. Okay. What will we do this turn? I have so many prismatic endings. I guess that's kind of the cool thing about dipping into the 4th color is I can prismatic all the way up to 4 drops. I don't know how often that's going to come up, but it could come up. Let's Risen Wreath. I can go get Omnath off of this Voice. Seems good. And which one though? It's actually Omnath of the. It's this one, right? See, this is where I wish I had, and again, we can talk about this. This is where I wish I didn't just have Zurin Orb as a way to sacrifice lands. This is where I wish we could find like something in with. Oh, speaking of which, I forgot my companion for a moment. Something in these creatures that lets us sacrifice lands. I don't know if it exists. A cat, elemental, nightmare, dinosaur, beast that lets me sacrifice lands. I don't think it exists. I might get this one. Draw. Pull up my opponent. Okay. Swings. Greater Gargadon. Isn't that an elemental? Isn't Gargadon a Gargadon, actually? I think Gargadon's a Gargadon. I don't think Gargadon's an elemental. I think it's a Gargadon. No, wait. That's a beast. Hold on. Greater Gargadon, are you a beast? You are a beast. Oh, you are so beastie. I can't tutor for it, though. But you know what? In the modern format? Okay, hold on. So there's Greater Gargadon. I hadn't thought about Greater Gargadon as another way to enable Titania. I really like the first one. Maybe. Because that's the thing is we're not always setting up the Titania for the maximum. I think the first Gargadon could be really sweet. I mean, red is very, very, very much a splash for us. And by very, very much a splash, I mean it's the... And again, that's why it's like, okay, Bruce Spy, don't we need to like run a second red source somehow? Probably. I don't think you can use Cavern of Souls to pay the suspend for... No, I think you can. I'd have to name Beast. This is probably going to name Elemental. I think we would need more than... No, sorry, we do have 2 red sources. It's just they're both the Triomes. I think we could get away with that. I don't know what I would cut though for the first Gargadon. Are there other engines? Sacrifice land, and it has to be... Ideally, it's in these types. I'm not ready to let go of the companion anthem just yet. Just yet. Soon. But not yet. Yeah, I don't think there's another one that's as efficient as the Gargadon. You're spot on. I think the first card could be really sweet, actually. Lets me sacrifice extra chalices, or I don't know. Like if somebody has a removal spell. I think the first Gargadon could be good. I mean, it really, really stretches this splash into red. We have a clear splash into blue, right? I have 6 blue cards. Right, 6 blue cards and then 3 red cards. So I think the 6 blue cards is why we went for the first island, because it's a Searcher Tomorrow target. We have a couple of Misties too. Do we want the Temple Garden still? I've been wondering about the Temple Garden, by the way, for a bit now. I think it does come up, but I don't know. I think it mostly comes up with like the Settle the Wreckage, technically the Overload on the Winds of Abandon, which, funny enough, those have been nice. We've had a couple matchups where I was able to cast it. Granted, they had Venser. We were playing against like Bouncy Castle. Let's keep it. Let's keep it. What am I cutting? The Mass Vandal. Hang on. I'm playing against. That's not against an opponent. It's Mass Vandal, right? Do you like the Foundation Breaker better? Maybe not. I actually kind of like the Mass Vandal better. It's just more mana efficient. We get to keep the creature. Like, yes, I have to have a creature in my graveyard. That's not that hard for us. Before we can Mass Vandal, we also have the Eldritch Evolutions. Let's cut the Breaker. I wasn't playing it. I think that's the first thing to go. We've got 2 main deck, you know, destroy enchantment or artifacts, the Vandal and the Bront. Yeah, let's play Gargadon. That's really, really cool. That really makes me more hopeful about the red splash, right? Because like we want more ways than just the Singleton Zern or to wombo with Titania, right? I don't have a way to search for it though. We certainly can't Eldritch for it, but like I think we're very happy to draw the first Gargadon. It's very much a legendary thing. I think the first Gargadon's really sweet. Good call, Gard. Wow, Gard. Good call, Gallagher. I think this is actually really sweet. I'm surprised I don't just own a Greater Gargadon. Kind of surprised about that. This is sweet. The fact that it doesn't take us off Kahira is awesome. That's exciting. Gallagher, that's just good deck building. That's just good deck building. I don't know, just because Chalice was weak in the league we just played, that's why I'm going from 4 to 3. I'm not 100% convinced, though. That it's wrong. I mean, heck, like, well, no, not even. I was about to say maybe we should just be playing Utopia Sprawl even with Chalice, but not. I don't think so. Not so much because of Chalice, but because it has more to do with the fact that we're in Urza's Saga deck, and and I'm sure you're thinking to yourself maybe, but Bruce, you're already hoping to have a forest to cast this anyway, right? That's true. I was just trying not to have the anti-synergy with Chalice if I can help it. Because, like, in the late game, the extra lands do something. Alright, one more. I like that we have more sacrifice outlets. That's awesome. Okay, there's a Saga, so hey, we have the full combo. So Eldritch on the Risen Reef, that's going to find Titania. Saga finds Zernor. So this is a keep. I think this is just forest search. Saga, another search. I think I'm still just gonna cast this. I was considering this. This comes off. We cast it. Get the island. Draw a card. Saga's ready to make constructs. Is that what we want to do? To make a construct? I mean, I guess it would depend on the matchup if I need to milk the Urza Saga for constructs or not. Or if we just want a Risen Reef. Because I could Reef, play another Flora. And again, to say it for the umpteenth time, it would depend on what my opponent's up to. There's the Zern Orb. We've just drawn it. I don't play it out though. We've made that mistake a couple times, actually, embarrassingly. Drew an Omnath. Cool. Alright, Urza Saga, it wants to die. Alright, so we do have plenty of mana to Eldritch. I actually think we could make the construct, right? Yeah. So what do we go get? Map, or I guess I would just go get Shadow Spear instead of map. We have plenty of mana. Like if I didn't have this other land, maybe you consider it. Speaking of other land, so one more land played out. We leave it as a fetch. Eldritch, this is pre-combat, or should I do it post-combat? I could do it post-combat. It's not like these have haste. So maybe you would get in with like Reef or whatever. Probably wouldn't cut it though in Modern. Anyway, let's go get our build-around card. There she is. Hey. And we do have another fetch to go back and get. I could get Saga. It's very tempting. I think I just get the fetch there, right? Well, no, we already have Zern Orb, so I get Saga, right? Because I do think, all right, so let's play out the Zern Orb. I do think that I'm not necessarily going to sacrifice all my lands, but I'm probably going to sacrifice all my lands. During their end step, oh, I meant to equip the Shadow Spear. That's fine. Make an elemental, go get something tapped. Definitely cracking the forest and the plains. That's easy. The other sacrifices, it would just depend on the matchup, right? What other, what other lands we can part with. Because I do have these two floras. I mean, I could just keep the Saga and just sack all these. It's not like I'm going completely off of our mana here. Also should have played out the Tormod's Crypt because it grows the construct. It's supposed to do that. Yeah, I think I'm more interested in putting the Shadow Spear on somebody. Maybe I'm not attacking with Titania. Maybe you would slap this on the construct, actually. Maybe you would suspend this search. I don't think it has anything else to get. Oh, it does. There's another forest in the list. So maybe we would suspend that. Hang back on the Titanium, maybe? Sweet. Now, I know that said turn 4. That wasn't really turn 4. I think that was technically turn 5. The technical turn 5. Turn 1 suspend this. Sweet. This is good. Okay, so this is where we would consider the Temple Garden, right here. So I do think we should be playing the Temple Garden, actually. Legit came up right here. We could put the Chalice on 1. Just depends on whether or not Shadow Spear is legit for this matchup. If it's not good, then yeah, we should just put Chalice on 1. I think a lot of the matchups, though, when Chalice on 1 is good, Shadow Spear is legit. Maybe I will play it out. Cast this. We'll get Forest, actually, because we already have white. There's an Omnath. We don't have the Triome. So do I want to make a construct, or do I want to go like Realm Walker? I think he would go construct. It's not like I can equip it. So during their end step, we would make the construct. Probably. Construct. I might rather just fork the mana. This is 4. And no red source for either of these arms. I'm going to float. I do think we get the Zern Orb. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I'm supposed to. Maybe this is a situation for Expedition Map because I'm having some. Yeah. Mana Thoughts. Just Mana Thoughts. Ketria fixes this better, right? Valgrin. I don't need white in my main board really for anything. I guess. You could still get it though. Play, finally set Chalice to 1, maybe, if it's relevant. Grows the construct. If it wasn't relevant, we just should have equipped the construct with the Shadow Spear. So we do have the colors to cast. Probably this Omnath. Drew that. Okay. Having trouble getting to my Titania. Okay, so there's Saga. That's going to set us up with the... so definitely play that. Gain some life. Cool beans. Oh, you know what? I could have gone this other Omnath, then played that land. I was thinking I wanted to do like Realm Walker and see what's coming. But now I'm not so sure. Right, Elemental, the name. Searcher tomorrow coming up. Okay. Oops. I think I would play Voice instead of Equip Shadow Spear. Again, like it depends. Down to 8. Draw that. Hey, it's a Titania I could cast. Awesome. Rather cast the one off the top. You can cast this, right? Yeah. I wouldn't. Doing it for the value. Get back a fetch instead, and now we don't have to draw this fetch. Omnath trigger, fetch again. Is extra mana worth it? I think it is. We have 5 mana now. We can do Risen Wreath on the top. Kind of doing all the things, right? I could Risen and also equip the Shadow Spear finally. Could just play this Omnath though, and they're just very dead. Alright, this is just so much damage. 5, maybe suspend this. There's still the planes to find, so I think it's fine. I'm a little concerned that we're running like very bare minimum number of lands that Search for Tomorrow, something like Search for Tomorrow would want. That's kind of an awkward game where we had Chalice, but also the Shadow Spear. Alright, so this is Ketria. This actually is more land than it looks like. It's awkward, but I'm actually going to keep it because I want to see what happens when I have this many tap lands. Alright, play that. Maybe we'll draw a different land. I don't. Land. Map for sure. Land. No land. No land ever. No land never. That would be a spot where I would go get the Cavern of Souls probably instead of Ralgrin, because we already had green for the Eldritches. Actually, that was a mistake on my part. We should have gone and probably tutored for the... Well, it depends on if my opponent has counter magic, though. It's probably just Reef. Sweet, we hit. Reef. Well, okay, hold on. Maybe Chalice on 1 is good in this matchup. So let's do that. And done. And play this out. As a land drop, actually. Hit and don't fetch, because I might draw another land. The Titania. Okay, so cool. We have our Wombo. Almost. Well, yeah, we want to have the Gargadon suspended first, right? Suspend that. Play another Risen Wave. That's just draw a lot of cards sometimes. Just kind of sweet to see. They stack upon one another. I'm not going to fetch again, I think. So there's Companion to manage, and here's the Gargadon to manage. A lot of moving parts. All right. So I didn't end up hitting another. That's okay. I've got plenty of white sources, right? I think it's still right to get the plains here. So play Titania because we have the Wombo. This also triggers the Risen Reefs. Just sweet to see. I will bring back a land. I will draw that Omnath. I will draw that Search for Tomorrow. I will suspend that Search for Tomorrow. Oops, I meant to say yes. Whoops, 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 whoops. I misclicked. I meant to say yeah. I'd love to do that. Suspend that. I could have played that instead. It's fine. Attack, and then during their end step, bring in the team. This is gonna just like draw our deck, isn't it? Which, I mean, again, this is what the deck would normally look like if I had Zern Orb as well, but I like that the Gargadon gives us some redundancy. This is really cool what's happening here. You guys are seeing, like, granted this is Magical Christmas mana, right? Magical Christmas Modern. Yes, I want to put that Urza Saga on the battle. I mean, like, we're doing really dumb things, right? And again, like, this is what I could do against some of the non-interactive decks of the format. Let's just sacrifice that plains, keep going. I wonder how long, excuse me, I wonder how long we could, in theory, keep going. Like, I definitely want to go long enough to, I don't even think this have many fetchables left, so why don't we just, like, look at us just doing this. This is fun. This is a fun little combo. Just sacrifice these fetches because I don't think they have things to fetch into. Do another Chalice. Do another Voice. Making lots of elementals. Get down tonight. Get down tonight. Hey, we drew a removal spell. Sweet, we do have them. Down to 3. Get rid of this forest. We don't need forests where we're going. Folks, where we're going, the sky's the limit. Choose this. I don't need that island. We don't need that island. I have 20. We need to not deck ourselves, though. This is awesome. Yeah, huh? Alright, float. See a forest. Don't need you anymore. Holy, drawing my deck, Batman. I'm going to cast this Gargadon. And again, I could sack a bunch before that goes off, but that doesn't seem worth. I need to discard a whole butt ton of cards because this didn't count as being my opponent's end step, which it would normally have been my opponent's end step, just for the record. It's not in this case because we're playing against ourselves. Okay, Urza's. Both gain that ability. Awesome. So we make some constructs. I'd probably just go get Kahira, right? Put Kahira in my hand. And cast Kahira. Let's It's not going to be uncountable because she's not. It's not a play the orb. That grows like everybody, right? Yeah, she's going to make everybody better. They're all vigilant. We're happy. We should have put the Shadow Spear on something. Awesome. Negative 66. All right, that's a good stopping point. I think we're onto something. I mean, like, granted, we're like gold fishing, right? And it's like, you know, it's fun to like look at like, and I know there've been like, you know, quote unquote streamlined elemental tribal lists over the years. I'm gonna put that in the Discord. By the way, folks, if you haven't joined the Bruce by the Magic Guy Discord, consider it. We post our different lists. This is a Wynota list we're working on. I've changed some of the tech. Incorporated Ragavan. Now we're playing Bray's Apprentice. It's another engine. In addition to Spyros, of course, this deck's always been Spyros. I think Endurance is good right now, so I'm playing some of that. This is a Resurgent Belief Shark Tank list I was working on. As foretold, Belief. We're playing a couple balances, just as sweepers, actually. This was the General Ferris Rockerick deck we just finished. It was the most recent finish. This build was a 3-2 finish. Oh, sorry, this is actually off by a card or two. But I changed it very slightly, and it ended as a 3-2. So yeah, and other folks share their lists in there too if you want to join that community. Here's the link. Just click on that link, and it'll invite you to join the server. This is sweet. I like some of what's going on. This is a lot of fun. Yeah, conceit match. I think that the Gargadon just adds that redundancy, because like both the Zurin Orb and the Gargadon are kind of legendary in a sense. Certainly we won't always have that many permanents to sacrifice to the Gargadon, right? It was kind of Magical Christmas Land in the sense that we had the Risen Reef going. So it's really neat that those two have such synergy together. That was just really cool to see. I wonder if we're onto something. I don't think I've got the right shell. Like, I wonder if it wasn't supposed to have been built as a Chalice of the Void deck, because I've already cut down to maybe 3 copies instead of the 4. I really wonder if I'm onto something here. Granted, I mean, Urza Saga is about to be banned, maybe. A lot of folks are saying it's too soon to say that, Bruce Spy. Too soon to say, but very possible. Why don't I host us over to another stream, actually? I'm getting like a second wind here, which is not good because I need to go to sleep. Thank you guys for coming to the stream. It's been a lot of fun. There's a lot of great Magic content on Magic Online, and yet you're here. Ah, Enchantress. I'm with you. Ooh, Cooper's playing Hammer Time. I'm going to send you that way. Abundant Amulet, this is another take on Titania. I think I'm going to send you to Hammer Time, though. I'm going to send you to Cooper. Say hi to Cooper for me. I'll see you guys on the next Bruce Spy, the Magic Guy. Hit that button. Hit the Raid Now button. Push it to the limit. You got 3 seconds. 2, 1. Let's go say hi. Let's do it.
It's the opponent's deck.